never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
And we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. You'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive.
My friends, is the way we get things started. As we close out a Monday, we'll turn the page on the calendar, work our way time zone to time zone into Tuesday, 5th day of April 5. Hey, trust your week's off to a good start. Once you get Monday in the books, the hard part's over, right? Now, hopefully, smooth sailing as we roll through another week. All right. Welcome aboard. It's another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. OvernightDriveRadio.com. TNCRadio.live. Hey, it's day number 2 of the $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus. Stick with us. You'll have 2 opportunities. We'll give you 2 keywords during the program, during the overnight hours. When you get that keyword, go to tncradio.live. Enter. To go to the tncradio.live on the internet, right at the top of the page, you'll see contest entry. Click on that, and it's a very simple entry form. Every time you hear a keyword, get that entry in, because each entry is an additional chance for you to win $1,000. The first 2 $1,000 giveaways will be taking place at the noon hour today. And we'll be doing this for the next 5 weeks. Oh, that's not all. Come March the 9th, at the end of the 5 weeks of $1,000 daily giveaways, all the entries for the duration of the contest goes into the hat. Somebody's going to come away with a grand prize, $10,000. Thanks to Hot Shot Secrets and TNCRadio.live. All right, we start the week off again. Severe weather in the mix, even as we speak. Haven't seen a whole lot of tornadic activity, but right now we are looking at a tornado warning, north central Texas at this moment. For Johnson County and Ellis County, radar indicated tornado and quarter-size hail. This line of storms very close to the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. North side of Dallas has been looking at torrential rain for some time. If you're out there on the highways, if you're on I-35 between the mile marker 19 and mile marker 37, that stretch of interstate is covered by this tornado warning at this point in time. It's multiple rounds of severe weather as we get the new week starting, carrying the risk of tornadoes for the storm-weary South. As the threat of severe weather will continue to shift eastward along the I-10, I-20 corridors, at least 30 million people at risk on a daily basis on through the day Tuesday and even midweek. April often denotes a strong uptick in severe weather. Gulf of Mexico waters running well above average for this point in the season. That could mean storm systems are going to have the potential to trigger even more severe weather and more tornadoes than one might expect. The setup through the day today for your Tuesday has the potential to produce half dozen to a dozen tornadoes or so. There is the risk for isolated tornadoes even overnight tonight. The greatest chance along the I-20 corridor from northeast Texas into northern Louisiana. Tuesday through the day, the risk of isolated tornadoes may be greatest from southeastern Alabama into southern Georgia and over into parts of southern South Carolina. Couple of key ingredients that are necessary for the thunderstorm development will be in place today. That is high temperatures in the 70s and 80s, an abundance of moisture flowing into the south from the Gulf of Mexico. The storm system's going to be strong enough to capitalize on that surging warmth and humidity, allowing severe weather to ignite. We have tornado watches, which actually were just expanded, as a matter of fact, to now include southwestern portions of Arkansas, the northwestern portions of Louisiana, obviously northeastern portions of Texas tonight. This large complex of thunderstorms, which has developed through the evening hours, could produce winds, straight-line winds, up to as much as 80 miles per hour. At this force, obviously, power outages, property damage could occur, and the elevated risk of trees being knocked over with the saturated ground. As that complex moves along during the day, Tuesday into Tuesday evening, that leading edge is going to produce the greatest winds, flash flooding, and a few possible spin-up tornadoes. those downpours may linger for a time in the wake of that line of storms today. That's going to continue the risk of some flooding from southeastern Louisiana into Mississippi, much of Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina, even northern Florida, will all be in the path of this severe thunderstorm complex. The setup overnight could even cause some torrential downpours to linger for several hours, which is a big reason for the enhanced risk of flooding in this situation. There's the risk of damaging, dangerous storms renewing on Wednesday afternoon and Wednesday evening. We will see a large storm over the north central states that are going to begin to pull some of that warm, humid air northward. Once again, limit the break from severe weather to probably less than 24 hours in parts of the southeast. All facets of severe weather will be possible again, including large hail, flooding, downpours, winds gusting to 85 miles per hour. So we look toward midweek Wednesday. Many of the big cities along the I-85 corridor, stretching from Montgomery, Alabama, through Atlanta to Charlotte, North Carolina. Some of the cities such as New Orleans, Atlanta, Birmingham, Alabama, and Pensacola, Florida. So Wednesday could be the second consecutive day of severe storms and flash flooding. And it may not come to an end even on Thursday as a cold front spirals eastward from that large storm over the north central states. We may see, again, heavy gusty thunderstorms, maybe a few with damaging winds from eastern parts of the Carolinas to as far to the north as Maryland, Delaware, and southern New Jersey. Several days of quieter weather then for the southern states beginning on Friday as unseasonably cool air takes hold probably through the weekend. Looks like the next round of severe weather then, though, begins to unfold early next week once again across the southern plains. So there you go. A little bit more on our travelers' weather as we progress into a Tuesday. Plenty to cover as far as industry headlines are concerned this morning. Let's jump over and see who's jumping on board out of the box via the Overnight Drive YouTube or Facebook feeds. Heavy D on board. Good to have you on with YouTube there. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Captain Ron is in the house. Evan is on board. There's Larry. Good afternoon. Everybody hammer down and be safe. Zorro says, I'm here. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Back to work in 5 hours after 52 days off. He was off, had some surgery. He's been recuperating at the home 20 for what seems, I guess, probably feels like an eternity, doesn't it? Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from my soon-to-be high-speed cow truck. There you go. Hello to Scotty. Greetings from Lost Wages. Headed for the left coast tonight before I lose my ass in a casino. Get out of Vegas, right? Get out of there. Hello to Roy. There's Norman checking in from Estes Park, Colorado tonight. 41 degrees. We've got strong winds, and I'm still off duty this week. Yeah, you mentioned the winds. Let me take you back to the advisories there. Many areas of the western half of the country, if you're going to be moving freight, I'm talking from Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Colorado, western Kansas, and Nebraska, red flag warnings extending all the way down through most of New Mexico and western Texas. All of the West looking at a big wind event this week. We'll focus it a little bit and see just how high the winds are going to be blowing in these areas. Some of these high wind watches are going to be kicking in. Looks like, let's see, right now, high wind warnings in effect until the midnight hour Tuesday night. So through the day, many areas out west are going to be talking 40, 50 mile per hour winds, gusts in some cases to 70 miles per hour. And there were some areas along the front of the Rockies that could see 80 mile per hour wind gusts. So if you're in the high profile vehicles, if you got a light load or an empty trailer, You're definitely going to be looking at the enhanced risk of blowovers in the campers and the trucks. Hello to Patsy this morning at 45 degrees from southeast Nebraska. There's Chevy Guy. All right, back with us, copying the mail. Brian, good to have you on board. Foxtrot Bravo. Hello from the Michigan Mad Band this morning. Gilligan back with us here on a Tuesday morning. Steve and the fellow listeners. 57 degrees, dry for now in Radford, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There's West Virginia Wildman checking in from Decatur, Ohio, where we've got 41 degrees, clear skies. Everybody have a great morning. Joe says, good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. A nice 48 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia. Everybody stay safe. Have a good night. Hello to Buster Brown. Great show, Steve, from K-Town. Heavy rains coming in later this day. I'm wondering if regions will be bad over the burned areas on the Hatcher Mountain and the Ware Valley where they had the fires there near Pigeon Forge this past week. Yeah, you always have to be concerned about those burn scar areas. See if I can dig up a little bit more on that. Hello to Deborah. Morning, Steve. It's going to be plenty rainy today here in Indiana. I'm not looking forward to that. Hoping my guy stays safe along with all the other drivers out there tonight. Mr. Q is on board. Hello, everybody. Mr. Q listening in. Morning, Steve. Ice Cream Man checking in out of in California. Had a level 1 inspection. I had a tandems violation. Misunderstood, I thought. I thought the 41 foot mark was kingpin to middle of the tandems. Uh-oh. Hello to David. Good morning, all. Looking forward to Elon welcoming Trump back to Twitter. That was one of the big breaking stories this past day. Elon Musk, of course, a very rich man to begin with. His wealth just grew rather dramatically in the last few days. He purchased, I've got the story over here, he purchased like 73 million and some odd shares of Twitter. I believe the price was about $33 per share. Yes, we're talking several billion dollars worth of shares in Twitter. He's pretty much in control now. It's a very interesting story, but the price of the stock since he purchased has jumped to like $39 per share. In a matter of days, boom. Talk about turning a buck real quick. Let's see. John says, Venus, Texas. Reports are we've got a tornado on the ground. All right. Yeah, I've got my weather watch and warning page here where I can keep up with the live tornado warnings. That may be the one I shared a few minutes ago. Johnson County, Ellis County. All right. So we'll keep an eye on things for you there. Around the country, as always, it's 844-844-3388. We'll get to the calls after a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and a loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go. Jump on in. Now, let me jump right to the calls here. I believe. Is that porn star? Who we got on the line?
This is Porn Star, Steve.
Okay, what you got? Are you down there playing in that ugly weather in Dallas or Texas tonight?
Yes, sir. I'm going to give you a heads up. I'm just coming into the DFW area. I'm on I-20 westbound. I-30 is just is really bad going into downtown Dallas. Heavy rains, heavy winds. I just got a alert on my phone that a tornado is on the ground. I-35E south of I-20. And there should be another possible tornado behind it. That just came on my phone from the local station here.
Okay, I'm seeing 35E between the 396 and 409 mile marker. I'm seeing that, so that's probably the one you're talking about.
Yes, sir. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground.
Wow. Okay.
Heading. I don't know if it has made it, and then I just got another alert on my phone saying that another strong thunderstorm behind that one is capable of producing another tornado.
Okay.
That just came on my phone. But I-20 as of right now I'm still east of it. I'm coming on to where I-20 and I-45 meet. It's a little bit of rain, a lot of lightning, a little bit of wind. But in front of me, I ain't too far from 35E. But if you take 35E going north into Dallas, I-45 downtown Dallas, I-30 downtown Dallas, that is just, on my map, that looks like a parking lot.
Okay.
Probably with the strong, the winds and all that and the heavy rain. Let's see, I just got something else on my phone here. A strong storm is headed towards Middletown or Middlehanian, where a tornado warning is in place. Yes, that's probably down there south.
Okay, I mean, what I'm seeing on the radar, it looks like, I mean, there's a really strong line from, say, just east of Paris along I-30 and stretching on down to almost to Greenville. And that is torrential rain. It's probably some hail in the mix. But yeah, from Dallas
yes, sir,
all the way back to Stevensville, Texas. That's where that line of storms, you get some of those breakaway cells out ahead of that main line, and that's you have to worry about. Those are more typical of spinning up tornadoes. But hey, be careful out there on the highways. If you get anything further, feel free to dial us up and let us know, Porn Star.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like I said, I'm coming out of Jackson, and I'll be coming into our yard here in Dallas here, hopefully within the next 20 minutes. So I'm hopefully going to be calling at night. But once you get on the east side of Dallas, everything is good going towards Louisiana as of right now.
Okay.
It's just the Dallas-Fort Worth area is under the gun.
Under the gun. Hey, there's a lot more activity kind of developing, as a matter of fact, though, further east in Texas and, zoom on over into Louisiana as well. Got some strong storms in Waxahachie, Texas, Nacogdoches in Louisiana, Logansport down to Many, Louisiana. It could be another active night. All that activity right there along Interstate 49, seeing some strong storms there in Louisiana. So be careful out there. Rest of the story, I mentioned Elon Musk. I hadn't seen the headline that Twitter will now be welcoming Donald Trump back to the platform. That's interesting, but I wouldn't doubt it. But the world's richest man became even wealthier on Monday after disclosing he had acquired 9.2% of Twitter. The purchase was 73,486,000, nearly 487,000 shares of Twitter's common stock. That purchase, I guess just being disclosed, that was made, though, on March 14, probably paying about $33 a share. That's $2.4 billion. Well, as of Friday, shares were up to $39 or so, which is a return of around 18%. Following the disclosure in a regulatory filing, shares jumped another 27% to $49.97. Musk's shares are now up 50% from when he acquired them on March 14th. So just the announcement that he made that purchase, not that he would even notice. According to Bloomberg, Musk is worth about $288 billion. So an extra billion here or a billion there is not really going to make a whole hell of a lot of difference, but Musk may have also broken the rules by delaying his disclosure until this past day. The Securities and Exchange Commission typically requires an investor who acquires 5% or more of a public company to file the appropriate paperwork within 10 days. Now, Musk tweeted about Twitter's policies back on the 25th of March, asking people, kind of his own poll, asking if Twitter adhered to the principles of free speech. But he actually didn't file anything about that acquisition until this past day. That might earn him a fine, but it's probably going to be small in comparison to his wealth. It might just be a glancing blow. There is some talk that Musk may try to acquire Twitter altogether. Now, after the gains this past day, the company has a market cap of $40 billion, putting it theoretically in reach for Musk. Most of his shares, obviously, though, are in shares of Tesla. And selling those to buy Twitter might kind of rattle investors in those other companies. But, very interesting there. Now, Pappy sent me, see if I could find his email there, where Elon Musk had asked the question, free speech is essential to a functioning democracy. Do you believe Twitter rigorously adheres to this principle? Now, whenever this was published and whenever he shared this, well over 2 million responses to that question. More than 70% said no to that question. Do you believe Twitter rigorously adheres to this principle? 29.6% yes, 70.4% saying no. The other headline, which I just shared, Twitter shares soar more than 26% after Elon Musk announces he takes a 9% stake in the social media company. $2.89 billion worth based on Twitter's closing price Friday. But again, that's much higher today after making that announcement. Pretty interesting stuff there. It is 844-844-3388. Let's go ahead and check in with Horse Feathers this morning. How'd things go with your interview on TNCradio.live this past day?
I think the interview went good. I hope I didn't sound too much like an idiot, but I don't know. You know how Horse Feathers is when he gets talking on the radio. So, but I think it all went good. Terry Finch there, she had all her notes in order there, so she got to touch on everything she wanted to talk about how the whole convoy originated and what its purpose is and how it all kind of works, and she touched on the volunteers there and the amount of volunteers are actually needed to put on this event, and I think that's one thing that gets lost with a lot of drivers. I know all the drivers do a lot of hard work, fundraising, you take your time and do the fundraising, and they take their time and get their truck all looking nice and everything, depending on what they're bringing. And there's a lot of guys that are bringing in trucks that are, show truck quality, that are, working show trucks that, if they weren't doing that, they'd be at some truck show where, Large Car Magazine or whoever's handing out trophies and stuff like that. So I know a lot of people put in that work, but the volunteers and the Make-A-Wish people that work all year long to put on this one-day event, I mean, it's the trucks kind of start showing up at about 6 o'clock in the morning and are there to do the convoy and usually done by about 4 in the afternoon. But the workers that actually do the job, for Make-A-Wish and, as I say, the volunteers, a lot of them are working all year long, and the day of the event, I mean, they start at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, starting to get things going, and a lot of them aren't done until 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night. So my hats are off to them for the amount of work that they put into making that event happen. Mm-hmm. But anyways, while we were on the air, the total for Make-A-Wish itself went from $699 and change up to $271 and change. So somewhere in the process, there was about $2,000 raised, either because people were making donations or had heard the event, heard the interview on TNC radio.live. That's the right way to say it, right? I always forget. I always forget whether it's TNC live.radio. You know how I do that.
TNC radio.live. Yes. Yeah. Well, hold that thought, Horse Feathers. Going to take out. We're soon going to be getting on a solid clock, a hard break, as they call it, where we take the breaks at the top and the bottom of the hour. We'll explain more, but right now it is that time. News update, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
America's ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas Greenfield, says she will seek to have Russia removed from the UN Human Rights Council. She's called the Kremlin's participation a farce during a press conference in Bucharest. Thomas Greenfield says she will bring the matter before the council on Wednesday as soon as she returns to New York. Her move comes as the world decried the reports of mass killings in Ukraine as a war crime. Images from Bucha showed mass graves, some of them shallow, with bodies strewn in the streets. The Kremlin dismissed the allegations as Ukrainian subterfuge, but Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky used different words.
This is a war crime, he said, and it will be recognized by the world as genocide.
The translation by NBC News. The major indexes gained on Wall Street Monday with help from tech and comm stocks. This is USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
but instead you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yes, indeed. And welcome back. Let me share this real quick before I get back to horse feathers. I got a chance to see Goodwrench for the first time in a number of years there at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville. And at the time, I asked about his wife, Nancy, and he said, well, he's not doing very well at all. So she's in pretty bad shape. Didn't really expound on it, but Scott called me a bit earlier before the program, and he said, Goodwrench had posted this past day, I'd like to thank all the people that have posted prayers, made phone calls, and visits since Nancy went to the hospital. Apparently, if I understand, as soon as he got back to the home 20 from the truck show, he had to take her to the hospital. He says things not going well. We've moved her to a nursing hospice facility. She's in very little pain. She's lost a lot of weight, most of her muscle. She's ready to meet the Lord. She actually prays every day that this is her last day. She and our daughter are taking this a lot better than I am, he says. It's just a day I hoped and prayed would never come, but I knew better. Either way, I'll be visiting her every day till she's with the Lord. I want to thank each and every one of you. So, prayers for Good Wrench, and everything goes peacefully there for Nancy, but I hate to hear that. I didn't realize that she was so ill. So, Horse Feathers, you got a chance to see Good Wrench there at the show, and Maverick as well.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, the both of them together there Thursday morning. But all the best to Good Wrench and his family there. It's a hard thing to be at, and kind of understand where they're at. So anyway, so how do I go on from there, Your Honor?
Well, I apologize. We were talking about you.
Yeah,
your interview was on tncradio.live. It was Shelley Johnson. It was at 4 o'clock Central, 5 o'clock Eastern, or am I mixed up on that? What time was it?
You're an hour ahead there. Yeah, it was 4 o'clock 4 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Central.
Okay.
So anyways, Tom Kelly did say that show is actually going to replay next Monday morning, like the Shelley Johnson's interview about Bill Fries was on yesterday morning. So that interview will be played right after your show Monday morning next week. So anybody that didn't catch it in the daytime, that's the overnight driver, can do it. And it's also in the podcast, so you can go to her podcast at any point there on the tncradio.live and pick it up there and listen to it, I guess, any point you want. But yeah, so anyways, the big thing, I guess, I got to, as I say, take my hat off to is all the volunteers there that do that. And as I say, the donations to the convoy itself went up $2,000 during the interview. Whether other people that were just out fundraising actually got donations in at that time, or it was the radio.
Sure.
But anyways, we hope it was working from the radio, and as we hope it works from this radio. And Shelley was good, and when she mentioned me, she did add the horse feathers, and also that I'm part of the Hot Shot Secret team. So Hot Shot Secret got.
We got any updates on that? I mean, Kyle started the team Hot Shot Secret last week. Have you seen any update? Any drivers joined in for the team yet, or
there hasn't been yet? Nope. At this point, I'm still the only one on the Hot Shot Secret team. So we have Kyle as the captain and myself. So anybody else is more than welcome to join. And as I say, if you want to just join as a member, you don't actually have to be here to drive, but if you want to be here and drive, more the merrier at this point, because as I said before, they're looking for 600 to 700 trucks this year, and their goal, let's see, if I go back one page here, try to do this while Becky does this better than I do going down the road. So their goal this year is $623,000 for funds to raise. And they're at $271,204 right now. So they've got about a little over a third of their progress done. And so anyways, if they get 1,000 trucks, they're hoping to do $1 million. So that's kind of their goal here to be in the up and coming years. So hopefully in the next 2 or 3 we'll be able to pull that off. Mannheim Auto Auction says they have plenty of room for all the trucks and bring as many as we can. So it's going to be, I think one of our great presidents said it's going to be huge, Your Honor.
Huge.
So yeah. So anyways, we're looking forward to that. And the only trouble with that is kind of like the truck show. You kind of, there's a little bit of time, you relax after it, and then you start working on it a little bit, but you really don't think a lot about it because it's so far away. And the next thing you know, it's, hey, it's coming up, and then the day or the couple days is here, and it's like, oh, now it's done, and now we got to take our breath and wait again, and then get all started
Start all over again
with it. But
lather, rinse, and repeat.
It seems like when it gets here, it goes away too fast. It's just, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it lasts long enough for how long you have to wait for it. So, but other than that, I guess that's about what we got going for you. Weather-wise, I guess we're supposed to get some showers in the day. Nothing spectacular, but then I guess we're supposed to get some heavier rain somewhere from the Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. So we'll see how all that works out. But
all righty. Well,
I was going to say, anything else on your end?
I was going to say thank you for the update. What you're kind of describing all the anticipation, like leading up to Christmas Day. You spent all this time getting ready and buying presents and wanting everything to look just perfect, and then boom, it's over with.
Yep, exactly. And that happens with the truck shows and the other events we go to, the stuff we look forward to all year that are just that annual event and the Make-A-Wish. I don't know. The Make-A-Wish is really kind of special, and it's really hard to describe. I can't really put into words what it is, and since I've been doing it, I've only gotten the whole show. The very first year I did it in 2017, when they set the record for the trucks that year, and that was 613. Terry told us yesterday that was what went into the Guinness records.
Okay.
613 trucks, and that I got to experience the whole convoy. It was a beautiful day. The convoy, the carnival, the auction, and everything like that. And that's one last thing I wanted to say about the Make-A-Wish there. The silent auction goes from May 1st to May 8th. And there's quite a few items in there that are actually from the Wish Kids. They'll do paintings, or they'll construct something, and they donate these things into the auction. So there's a lot of things that the Wish children have actually done that you can bid on in the auction, and it's going to be all online. The auction itself is all online, so anything you purchase, you don't have to be on site to actually have the winning bid.
Okay.
So I'm not exactly sure how the whole auction deal works, but I know it's open from the 1st of May to the 8th, which is, of course, Sunday, Mother's Day. And I'm not sure exactly the closing time, but I know the convoy itself heads out on the road at 1:30, and not a minute before or not a minute after it starts out. So
1:30 in the afternoon.
And I guess,
and technically,
correct.
Kind of like we anticipated. I anticipated things might be bigger attendance at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville, because it was the first time we've been there in 3 years. You've been dealing with kind of the same thing with the Make-A-Wish convoy. They had to scale things back, obviously, in 2020. Hell, it was just a very, very limited, just a handful of trucks that were able to participate due to the COVID. Things a little bigger in 21, but now it should be back to full swing. And they're looking to maybe set a new record for the Guinness Book of World Records. Could they hit 700 trucks? How cool would that be? All right, thank you for the update there, Horse Feathers. Who else checking in here? Hello, Grand Rapids checking in there. There's John. 35 degrees at this hour, a little chilly. Rock Pick on board. Good morning, Steve. The truckers, third shift workers, and fellow insomniacs. 37 cloudy here in Rochester, New York. Haven't heard any gunshots yet this morning. It's like living in Chicago. Just, step outdoors. At any time of the night, you hear gunshots, right? Hello to Michael. Morning, everybody. 73 degrees here in West Monroe, Louisiana. Yes, the storms are on the way, he says. Morning, Steve from Aspen, Colorado. Loading out of Nathaniel Ratliff in the night sweats. That's Harold checking in there. Hello to Pappy. 48 degrees in the Queen City. Got the alarm set for 7:45 a.m. Yeah, so hope things, I guess yesterday was the first day of outpatient therapy for his daughter Mercedes there, who is now at home, made it home on the 1st of April, April 1. No April Fool's joke. Hello, Santa Claus. Top of the morning, Steve. We've got 55 here in Bakersfield this morning. I'm doing the solar driving thing this week without the Southern California bases. Okay, Santa Claus out. See, there's the Rambler checking in from the Big Easy at this hour. I'm hoping to get done before the weather hits, Mr. Sommers. Give me an update on what's going on in this area. Anyway, prayers for Eskimo Mom and Mercedes Cantrell. God is so good. I'll call in and check in a bit later this morning. Buckeye Boy checking in from, is that Anton Chico, New Mexico? We've got 55 degrees. I wish I would have bought some Twitter stock in March. Anyway, I'm stopped for the night listening to the program. I submitted 2 entries in the $1,000 giveaway, and I'm going to get 2 more in today. That's right. If I get lucky enough to win, I'll donate some of that to the Make-A-Wish in Horsefeather's name and some to the Waypoint Vets, both of these great causes. Everybody have a great night, and be careful out there. Don't you love the whole pay-it-forward mentality? And that's pretty cool. Hello to Dave. Morning, everybody. Waiting on my meat driver in Lodi, Ohio. Oh, yeah, FJB. Ken checks in from Lower Slower, Delaware. Richard on board from Central Florida, 67 degrees. Good to have you with us. And Heavy Kevy, just in case anyone would want to know about trucking weather on a trucking channel, 35 West is closed at the 17-mile post, and we've got large hail in the vicinity. Yeah, some of these thunderstorms producing, golf ball size, nearly golf ball size hail this morning there in Texas. Thanks for all the updates. We'll be back in 2. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, just as the porn star said earlier with this call there from in and around the Dallas area, the torrential rains, these storms dropping incredible, copious amounts of rain. Got a flood warning there in Dallas and the surrounding areas. Here just a few minutes ago, they said radar indicates that they've had 1 to 3 inches of rain already, and another 1 to 2 inches is going to be continuing. So flash flooding is either ongoing or will begin shortly. So this is, like I said, Dallas direct, Garland, Texas, Irving, Grand Prairie, Roland, Grapevine, Texas, Cedar Hill, Coppell, all those surrounding areas. Heads up, torrential rains. Meanwhile, I'll flip over to, let's see, via the email. It's talking about, back to Elon Musk, where I guess nothing officials been announced yet, but conservative figures are urging Elon Musk to allow former President Trump back on Twitter, following the announcement that he now has a 9.2% stake in the social media giant. In the days prior to that announcement, he had tweeted several times questioning the platform's free speech rules, kind of musing on whether a new social media platform is needed. Now, here, about a week or so ago, he also tweeted an informal poll asking his followers if Twitter had adhered to the principle that free speech is essential to a functioning democracy. And as I mentioned earlier, of the roughly 2 million that had responded, more than 70% said no. Now, with Elon now becoming the largest shareholder, requests to reinstate Trump's account, which, by the way, was permanently suspended January 9th of 21. Yeah, those requests have now begun to surface. Great job, Elon Musk. Now reinstate President Trump. That was conservative author Bridget Gabriel. Let's see. Colorado Representative Congresswoman Lauren Boebert says, now that Elon Musk is Twitter's largest shareholder, it's time to lift the political censorship. Oh, and bring back Trump. Errol Weber, a Republican America First candidate running for a California House seat, said the ban reversal should apply to anyone who had been taken off Twitter before. With the new majority shareholder, return freedom of speech to Twitter, says Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, who said the act would require courage because the regime is heavily investing in a certain industry and threats will undoubtedly come. Yet the freedom of speech restored will enable us all to defeat them. Of course, Trump has created since his own social media platform, the Truth Social, being touted as an alternative to the mainstream social media sites. But, of course, right out of the box, they had big-time technical difficulties at launch. They have begun to accumulate the same amount of traffic as its competitor, the conservative social media site Getter.com. Are you familiar? I've not even heard of that. GETTR.com. So they do say, while Elon has not directly addressed the request as of this past evening, he has referenced his new Twitter shares again by polling users. The latest question is, do you want to add a button on the platform to edit their tweets and comments? I believe when he asked that question, he said, think this through and be careful what you wish for. All right, very interesting. There you go. Will it happen? Hello to the Doughboy. He sent me an email. Steve@hotshotsecret.com, by the way, is the email. Said, Steve, I was looking at that story that Philip brought up this past morning about that wreck on the Lake Jessup Bridge, where the guy actually got ejected from the car into the lake and died. Apparently the story, he said, they say there's about 13,000 gators in that lake. Whoa. Not a lake you want to be taking a swim in, huh? How about that? All right, as we roll toward news update, begin to close down hour number 1. Coming up, 5 a.m. this morning Eastern Time, right after the overnight drive. Stick around on tncradio.live. It's Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Cortman. Tom Kelly and Dr. Chris discuss the importance of relationships, even when you're out on the road. Then it's Truckers Life Radio from our friends at TFC Global this week. Meet Tom Wolfe. No, not the author or the governor of Pennsylvania. Tom Wolfe had over 20 years of over-the-road driving experience before changing careers. He's now a licensed Christian counselor. So that's what you got coming up here. Stick around via tncradio.live or the tncradio.live app later this morning. And yes, of course, coming up in hour number 2, here's your next keyword just ahead in our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. All that just ahead. Meanwhile, if you'd like to jump on board, plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. We'll get to some of the industry headlines coming up here. This is a question that's been asked many times. I've had drivers actually call me, and we can't really give an answer because it's such a gray area. The personal conveyance when it comes to driving a truck. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration has been pressed we need a clearer definition for that term when it pertains to commercial vehicle regulations. Just last week, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance asked the FMCSA to provide some new, more specific guidance. What actually qualifies as personal conveyance? We'll delve into that a bit more coming up in our next hour. That and so much more as we roll into a Tuesday. Great to have you on board. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The images coming from the outskirts of Kyiv are gruesome. Bodies strewn across streets and buried in mass shallow graves. President Biden calling Russian President Vladimir Putin a war criminal.
This guy is brutal, and what's happening in Bucha is outrageous, and everyone's seen it.
The U.S. will seek to remove Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield called the Kremlin's participation a farce. Meanwhile, an oligarch that's been sanctioned for several years is without a boat.
The United States and Spain on Monday seized a $90 million yacht in Mallorca, owned by Russian billionaire Viktor Vekselberg, who is a close ally of Russian President Vladimir Putin. Attorney General Merrick Garland said it marks the first seizure by the Justice Department's newly created Russian Sanctions Enforcement Task Force. I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Add Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski and Utah Senator Mitt Romney to the now trio of Republicans who signaled they would vote for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson They joined Maine Senator Susan Collins as breaking from the caucus and ensuring that Jackson will win confirmation to the U.S. Supreme Court. A bill protecting abortion rights in Colorado has been signed into law. Governor Jared Polis, in a statement, said the decision to start or end a pregnancy with medical assistance will remain between a person, their doctor, and their faith. The bill passed the Democratic-controlled legislature last month. It comes amid growing concerns by some that the conservative-leaning Supreme Court could overturn Roe versus Wade this term. Stocks closed higher on Wall Street Monday with help from technology and communication stocks. The Dow rose 104 points. The Nasdaq rose 271 points. The S&P 500 was up by 37. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And of course, half price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow.
26-year-old Dondre Martin has been arrested in connection to Sunday's mass shooting in Sacramento, California. Police Chief Kathy Lester tells NBC News that they are searching for at least one other gunman.
Our team is actively working on it, and we're certainly continuing to identify people that were involved in this.
6 were killed and a dozen were wounded. The arrest came as the Sacramento County coroner identified the victims. A businessman says more can be done to combat high gas prices at the pump.
The price of a gallon of gas broke records in many parts of the United States, and in an attempt to lower impact on consumers, the United States is releasing 1 million barrels of oil per day from the strategic oil reserves. Andy Pusner is the former CEO of CKE Restaurants. He tells Fox News the president could do more for inflation and high gas prices.
All the president has to do is go out there and say, look, we're going to drill, we're going to approve these permits, we want funding for these companies that want to drill, we're going to put in pipelines, energy prices would drop, the price at the pump would drop. If that doesn't happen, there's only one person you can blame, and that's Joe Biden.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Elon Musk is now Twitter's largest shareholder. He bought more than 73 million shares worth $2.9 billion. That gives him a 9% stake in the company. Listen to us anytime. Our website is usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. Round number 2. Hour 2 here on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week, again, off to a good start here. In the Northeast, Horsefeller's mentioned, rain coming your way. This week expected to bring 2 rounds of wet weather to much of the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic states. That first round will bring anywhere from 3/4 of an inch to 1 1/4 inches of rain along the I-95 corridor, starting later this afternoon on into Wednesday morning between D.C. and Boston. Philadelphia, New York City, you can expect some rain, heavy thunderstorms more likely in places further south, like Charlotte and Wilmington, North Carolina. While not expected to get severe weather, You're going to have to be alert for flooding downpours by later on Tuesday night. Those flooding downpours are forecast to surge northward into the D.C. metro, the Delmarva Peninsula. Going to be rolling along portions of I-40, 64, I-70, 85, and 95. Be alert, the combination of heavy rain, gusty winds, obviously poor visibility, and ponding of water on the roadways. All right, portions of the mid-Atlantic actually still experiencing some minor drought conditions, namely Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland, while the entire state of New Jersey has abnormally dry conditions right now, so they can actually use a bit of the upcoming rain. All right, back to our industry headlines. Personal conveyance, the term. Again, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance says that term needs to be defined with what's the maximum distance or what amount of time a driver would be allowed to operate on personal conveyance. Now, the current guidance from the FMCSA, now they've got a question and answer area. Under what circumstances may a driver operate a commercial motor vehicle as a personal conveyance is one of the questions. Now, the FMCSA says a driver may record time operating a commercial vehicle for personal conveyance, i.e. for personal use or personal reasons, as off-duty only when the driver is relieved from work and all responsibility for performing work by the motor carrier. The commercial motor vehicle may be used for personal conveyance even if it's laden, since the load is not being transported for the commercial benefit of the carrier at the time. Personal conveyance does not reduce a driver or carrier's responsibility to operate said vehicle safely. Motor carriers can establish personal conveyance limitations, either within the scope of or more restrictive than this guidance, such as banning use of a commercial vehicle for personal conveyance purposes. They can impose distance limitations or prohibit personal conveyance while the vehicle is laden. Now, in a letter to the FMCSA, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance said, hey, we've got several reasons for adding concrete limits to the use of personal conveyance. Under the current guidance, a driver could, in theory, drive hundreds of miles over the course of several hours, all under that designation. Now, this presents the opportunity for increased driver fatigue and obviously risk on the roadways. Drivers may decide to travel hundreds of miles to strategically relocate to an alternate location after driving a full day, without some sort of a maximum distance or time limit. This guidance actually presents a legal way for drivers to significantly extend their driving time and actually the furtherance of their load while recording it as personal conveyance. The hours of service limits are in place to mitigate the impacts of fatigue. Allowing a significant extension of driving time under the use of personal conveyance actually undermines the goal of the hours of service regulations. Plus, there's a lack of defined maximum daily time or distance, which makes it very difficult for law enforcement to determine, is a driver genuinely operating under personal conveyance or just trying to circumvent the hours of service? Now, yes, the guidance provides some parameters for the use of personal conveyance, all with the goal of ensuring the trip is for personal use. But those parameters are extremely difficult to verify during a roadside inspection, particularly when the personal conveyance has been utilized on previous days and or previous trips in the record of duty status. So enforcement of the misuse is very difficult. Now, those challenges were actually made worse by the change in the guidance to allow laden vehicles to be used under personal conveyance. That change actually opened the door for drivers to falsely claim the use when they're really attempting to further their trip and extend their driving time. Now, there was a request made by the CVSA back in 2018. For whatever reason at the time, the FMCSA denied that request, which the CVSA says that resulted in an uptick in logbook violations. Since our original petition, inspectors are seeing an increased misuse of this provision. In some instances, inspectors are able to identify this and cite a driver for false record of duty status. But as a result, the number of false log violations are increasing. Last year, 2021, false record of duty status violations represented the third most documented driver violation, whereas it was the sixth most frequent violation back in 2019. Maybe they'll give a clarification. Time will tell, right? There you go, some of the industry headlines. Meanwhile, lines available at 844-844-3388. Good morning, Chevy Guy.
Good morning. Yeah, when we had a short time when we had a E-log in our chip wagon, I'd leave out of Charleston all the time. I mean, you get stuck up there 2-3 hours in the afternoon, sitting, waiting to get unloaded, and they'd cut you loose. I'd hustle and probably get down to about I-95, and once you get past I-95 on the 2-lane, there's no motels, there's nothing that you can stop at. You got a day cab. So I would go on personal use and keep on going. At one time, I did do a couple times where you come right out of the mill, and I ran that 91 miles to the house. Now, on that reading on the personal use, it said you could do that, but it also said this, that it was to the discretion of the investigating officer. So it may have been all right, but if the officer that's looking at you, maybe he's seen you as a little too tired, shouldn't be doing it or whatever. But no, I never have any problems with that. And I was probably doing that 2 or 3 times a week. It ain't like I tried to use that, but it just, they needed the chips. The company sent you and said you needed 3 loads up there. You took the 3 loads up there.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's funny. It's funny. Somebody's worried about drivers having that leeway. You understand? They've already showed us the control they put on these drivers has done nothing but killed drivers. But these drivers, may not be following the said rules, but they're probably getting it done and getting it done usually for their own good. Like me, trying to get home of an evening. Thank God I'm on agricultural. I don't run the E-logs anymore, and I never run tired. I'm good. Reason I called, I took Monday off, took my wife to the doctor. Sunday morning, of course, you're used to getting up, so I'm up at 1 a.m. and I'm watching on Facebook. I get this thing called Reels. And I got shocked. I mean, I'm rolling through it. We have American volunteers in Ukraine, and they're putting out these reels. They're putting out, they're there standing where they just took out a Russian tank. They were, I guess, a whole bunch of Americans that are fighting on the ground, and they're putting out these videos. And they were showing Russian tankers, burned to death on top of their tanks. One looked like he was trying to get out the top of the tank, was shot, and he's laying back. they it's just amazing that this stuff come on Facebook. So, they must have put it out before Facebook could get a hold of it, and it's gone. But, we've got Americans over there right now that are, I don't think they're getting paid to do it, and they're gray-haired fellas. So we've got Americans involved over there already. And I don't know what do you feel? I mean, Biden saying Putin's a war criminal. What else could, I don't agree with Biden on 100%, almost 100%, but I mean, on this situation, I don't know where else he could do. What do you think?
I think, based on what we're seeing and hearing, they're saying, hundreds of bodies littering the streets, just the everyday, the civilians, the citizens. It sounds like the Russian military is essentially performing genocide.
And then the oligarch. Well, you can almost understand why they're going after civilians, because the civilians, they handed out the weapons to the civilians,
and they're fighting back. Yep.
And they're coming from, they're taking out their, they're just getting back at the, they're frustrated. So, but I mean, you leave civilians laying in the street, all that means is your military is going to have an even bigger battle, because people will fight for their home. On your news, I guess it come down to it now. Now they're going after the oligarchs. They took the yacht from one of the billionaires in Russia, a personal friend of Putin, and that's what they're going to have to do on this stuff. Is we need to go after this stuff that Russia owns and lock them down. I mean, I don't know how we don't get them. What I'm saying is I don't know how we do not get involved, and I do not want war. My goodness, I got my daughter's over there. She's on the borderline, but my granddaughter, that is. But you understand? We're in a point that you don't know what if you let it go on, it's only going to get worse, I guess. So that's my point. I've seen that the Americans are over there. They're showing. I mean, I'm surprised on the news they were showing the bodies laying in the street. The things that they were showing on reels on Facebook, which I believe they've got that cut off of there. They're back to showing girls shaking their bottoms and puppy dogs. But, they were showing Russian helicopters being shot down. A Russian jet fighter shot down. They were showing a lot of stuff on military, one after another. So, but we're involved in a way because we got American volunteers, and that's nothing new. You got the Flying Tigers in China back in the 30s who were flying P-40 Tomahawks shooting down Japanese. So, we're we got the weapons, and we got people over there. I guess we've got people that's been trained in war for 20 years, and it's probably the only thing they know how to do. So they're probably in their natural environment right now. But here's ironic, you're watching the dead bodies in the street on the news tonight or last night, and then right after that you've got Chicago and got dead bodies in LA, dead bodies over what? A party that went wrong. You've got dead bodies for the car show. You got, and how many have died in Chicago? They don't even tell us anymore.
Yep.
In all our cities. So maybe it's time to send our young men to war because they're looking to shoot somebody and give them a reason to shoot at somebody. That's just stupid talk there. But you just sit back. There ain't a thing you can do about it. You just pray that, God has his way in this situation. And other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail. Didn't mean to be so cheerful or negative or whatever. Just Just spent all day at 3 different doctors yesterday, and that was depressing.
That ain't no fun.
So had a rough time.
Yep.
No, sir. Okay, gonna sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the rest of the show, Tim Ford.
Thank you much, Chevy Guy. Good to hear from you, and we'll return into Lines Wide Open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, here we go. It's time for a chance to win $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. Here is this hour's keyword. The word is day. Yes, D-A-Y, as in night and day. Pretty simple. Just enter that keyword now at tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app in this nationwide contest. And, of course, as always, good luck from Hot Shot Secret. Day is the word. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The president and the transportation secretary speaking a bit about the trucking industry this past day. Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg delivered that all-important message during a White House event aimed at improving the supply chain and making the profession of truck driver more attractive. Biden says, you all literally make the economy run. If you all quit, everything comes to a halt. Think about it. I'm not joking. Think about it. Things would come to a literal halt. Buttigieg put in a perspective by reminding the public that everything around them likely needed a truck to get there. If you enjoyed the food you ate for breakfast, the clothes that you're wearing right now, or the device you might be using to watch this event, you can thank a truck driver for getting you that. This is following up December when they launched this trucking action plan, looking to end the supply chain woes and improve driver retention. Monday's event was just a glimpse into what they've been doing in the months since that announcement, as well as kind of a roadmap to what is coming. Over the last 90 days, the administration held a number of listening sessions and several engagements with drivers, unions, worker centers, to ensure their voices and experiences are shaping the future across some key areas, according to the White House news release. So the plan apparently includes efforts to make the profession more attractive to women, to protect drivers from predatory lease purchase deals, looking into driver compensation and detention time, and to expand truck parking. All sounds good, right? Biden said the best way to improve the supply chain is to invest in the people who make the supply chain run. Trucking moves about 70% of all the goods in this country. Now, how about this predatory lease purchase deal? The administration is launching a task force to combat these arrangements. They're going to review and report on some of the common leasing arrangements that oftentimes result in unanticipated debt for incoming drivers. Also, over the next 18 months to 2 years, the Department of Transportation plans to conduct studies on detention and general driver compensation. Biden said during the event, the average driver spends more than 4 hours per day at shipper or receiver facilities, and most of that is not paid for time. Of course, the Owner-Operated Independent Drivers Association has pushed for the repeal of the overtime exemption in the Fair Labor Standards Act so truck drivers can be compensated for all that time. After meeting with truck drivers and others in the industry the past few months, they've added the expansion of truck parking to the Trucking Action Plan. Lack of truck parking is about more than just inconvenience. This impacts the safety and the retention as exhausted drivers have nowhere to rest. Now, that message was presented to this administration over and over again by OOIDA as they pressed to get $1 billion entered into the infrastructure plan for truck parking. But it appears, I guess, they're kind of waking up to that. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
America's ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, says she will seek to have Russia removed from the UN Human Rights Council. She's called the Kremlin's participation in that body a farce during a press conference in Bucharest. Thomas-Greenfield says she will bring the matter before the council on Wednesday as soon as she returns to New York. Her move comes as the world decried the reports of mass killings in Ukraine, a war crime. Images from Bucha showed mass graves, some of them shallow, with bodies strewn in the streets. The Kremlin dismissed the allegations as Ukrainian subterfuge, but Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called it something different.
This is a war crime, he said, and it will be recognized by the world as genocide.
The translation by NBC News. The major indexes gained on Wall Street Monday. This is USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen, you can put one in the living room, you can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in my promo code Classic3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code Classic3, and you'll also get free shipping. You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And of course, half price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, coming up, obviously late last week, the announcement, And we're going to start releasing 1 million barrels per day of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And we're going to do it for 6 months. 180 million barrels of oil. I mean, the largest such release in the history of the Strategic Reserve. Yeah. However, the stockpile is at the lowest level since 1984 at this point in time. Yeah, the question, is this going to have any impact on lowering the prices at the pump? Lauren Fix, who is the car coach, says no, it's not going to bring those prices down. We'll explain. Coming up, as I said just Ed, I want to share with you, of course, we announced the keyword here a few minutes ago for this hour, the first of 2 keywords in the $1,000 daily driver bonus contest that started this past day, as a matter of fact, thanks to Hotshot Secret and TNCRadio.live, working with the Independent Broadcasters Association, giving away $1,000 per day. This is a nationwide contest during each episode of the Overnight Drive. We'll give you 2 keywords, and you go to TNCRadio.live, or you can use the TNCRadio.live app. Input those keywords along with your contact information. And then throughout the broadcast day, TNC Radio Live announces 2 additional keywords. In other words, you get up to 4 entries per day. Then at the noon hour, which technically today, high noon today, Tuesday, April 5, the first winning name will be drawn, $1,000. But then, how about a second name that will also win $1,000? And we're going to do this every work day for the next 5 weeks. Then there is more. May the 9, all those valid entries get put into the virtual hat, and one winner wins $10,000, the grand prize. That'll be randomly selected. To be valid, you have to enter all the required fields, including a phone number where you can be contacted to notify winners. Each keyword has to be input separately. Winners must be a legal resident of the USA, and they've got a complete list of rules at the TNCRadio.live website. We'll have another keyword coming up before we wrap things up at 5 a.m. Eastern Time this morning on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. There you go. Good luck from Hot Shot Secret. Good morning, Scarecrow.
Hey, good morning, Kimasabi. I'm pretty certain the bulk of the public looks at the release of that oil as a huge generosity, a gift to the public from the Biden administration. I don't think a clue have any idea that just goes on the open market, and the government will get reimbursed for that. In the end, if they can catch oil supplies down the road when the market prices drop, and they can reestablish our inventories, that'll work out. But no, I'm sure the bulk of citizenry looks at that as a gift from the gods.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, we haven't chatted since before Matt's. I was able to try to keep in touch with what was going on down there, but as many others, my feed, I wasn't able to listen to the interviews. The volume was, I think it was when the callers called in, it sounded like I had that boom box hanging on my shoulder, and you're getting guests in the studio. I couldn't pick up on them at all. But, but Big Moose, he kept me clued in with pictures and comments and this and that. It's great to have the image of an individual to connect to the voice on the phone, callers and such. Horse feathers, good to meet your acquaintance, so to speak. A bit surprised to see you in that Ford blue cap. I would have expected to see maybe a black and green or black and green with some yellow piping on it or such. I got to think some of them John Deere collectors back east are going to be throwing harpoons at you if word gets out about that Ford gear that you're wearing. And let's see, Monkey Gouger, standing proud there on the stage there, Steve. There's a question to mind. Jimmy was a happy boy right there. And it seemed like cowboy hats were a big part of the theme of the show. Tell you, Jimmy's got a hat there that he could wear that to a nude beach and never worry about getting suntan anywhere. What do you think?
No doubt, yes.
Anyway, with that, yeah, and there was Texas hillbilly Tex and whatnot, and obviously the Big Moose, and there's several others that he named that they don't come to mind and whatnot. I don't recall them all, but anyway, kind of transition over to Rambler for the moment here. He'd I don't know, a week or two back, somebody had the week off, and they commented on they were gonna, spend the week in the hot tub and listening to Overnight Drive, and
right,
probably sipping on a cocktail. And who was that, by the way?
Jolly Green Giant, Jolly Green.
Okay. That almost seemed like Rambler was a little bit bothered by that. Now, whether he didn't care for that image or if he was a little jealous, I don't know which way that's going to swing.
I think the visual image scared the living you-know-what out of him.
Well, I'm going to paint him a picture here that is truly haunting me, and I think it's only fair that all the other listeners out there should be haunted right along with me on this one. And I mentioned that big old cowboy hat and whatnot. It's actually a series of a couple images here, but the first image there, we've got the three amigos there heading out on the sandy beach. Clothing optional beach is what we have here. Jimmy Gouger, he's out there leading the parade and got his big sombrero on his head there, and wouldn't you know, he's got an Overdrive t-shirt on. And then we've got hillbilly Tex. Well, he's got, his hat ain't quite as big there, but he's got that Billy Gibbons ZZ Top size beard going there, so that's covering up most areas. But he did manage to find himself a sun umbrella and duct taped it to his walking stick there, so he's covered well. And well, now we know there's one more cog in this parade, right? Who's missing here, Steve?
Yeah, right. Who would that be?
Well, let's see. None other than the Big Moose. I mean, we got the triad at work here. Now, Big Moose, he ain't wearing nothing but a smile. Man, he's just picking them up and laying them down. He is sporting a big old igloo cooler on his shoulder, though. It's about 120 quart for the day. He left the big one at home since they're only going to be out there for a few hours. So he brought, 3 or 4 cases of Blatz with for the moment. But he doesn't have to worry about any sunburn either, because I tell you, the young ladies and the not so young ladies, they are drawn like magnets to him. And they're pawing all over him and whatnot. And, there ain't no way the sun can even reach that body of his. The question comes, what is the attraction there? What's the attraction? Well, who says you got to have bait? You got to have bait. Well, come to find out, he's not a newcomer to this beach. No, he's well known in these parts, and that bait happens to be that Blatz up in that cooler there.
Yeah, there you go.
All these girls know what's going on there, and so either way, they're hoofing it, looking for the prime real estate for the day, and they're maybe about 50 yards from. There's a tiki bar up there too, and so when the beer runs out, he can always trot back up, get a refresher up there. Well, that's a long hike, 50 yards. Well, Moose is wearing a prototype belt today. kind of a strap-on thing. No, don't get misdirected here. This belt has room to clip on, about a dozen of them long necks. And that's just about right for that short little hike up to the Arboretum. And I think it's a prototype type. I don't know if it's something that possibly Gilligan is looking to market or where this actually came from. But so eventually, now the second image, we got moose trotting up to Tiki Bar. And again, these ladies, they're following him like the Pied Piper. They're grabbing for them beers, and well, pretty soon 12 beers, they're gone, and they're still grabbing for the long neck. And well, now Big Moose, he's got a really big smile on his face. We kind of got to drop that. We're relying here. But they're noticing all up and down the beach, there's all kinds of overnight drive T-shirts being worn. And, well, wouldn't you know it, coincidentally, it's all the female forms that are wearing these shirts. And talking to the bartender at the Tiki Bar there, he says, oh, yeah, there's been this old fella, he's running around, handing out these, T-shirts, offering that he's got a wide assortment of sizes and test fitting them and all. And so, yeah, he just more than, as generous as could be at giving away all these shirts. And just out of the blue, well, mind you, the bartender, I forgot to mention, she's wearing one of these shirts too. And but it's all wet. Now, this made no sense, but she says, yeah, there was this other elderly gentleman. He just came running along. What started out, he's wearing, obviously, used to be some bib overalls, but he chopped them off to make some shorts out of them. And he's worried about everybody with these T-shirts getting overheated. So, but he's been splashing water on these T-shirts.
Oh.
Come to find out, Steve, this is ice water. Let me tell you, the temperature indicators are just working overtime that day. It must have been darn cool underneath the shade of that Tiki Bar.
So Knucklebuster is in hog heaven right about now.
Well, between Knucklebuster and the Big Moose and Texas Tech, I think we've got Chevy guy. He's grinning ear to ear. Yeah, Knucklebuster. Oh, yeah, he's doing his part to represent the program. So Rambler, that's an image or two that you're going to have to try to sleep on from here on out, and that's kind of the end of it for the moment here, Steve.
All right. Well, I'm sure he's probably saying, Rambler's out there saying, Steve, please, hit the dynamite. Hit the dynamite. That's, all right. Let me get a quick time out here back into plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.com. ShareholderStop.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning. The Big Sexy checking in from Truman, Arkansas. 56 degrees. Cloudy skies. Rain's supposed to be moving in by morning. I'm still waiting to head out to Jonesboro to pick up my papers. Seems there's a problem with the mail labeling machine in Paducah, so they haven't even left Kentucky yet. It's going to be a long night. Yeah, I'm thinking, no doubt about that. All right, we got there over in Monroe, Louisiana, near West Monroe, Louisiana. Severe weather rolling through. 50-mile-an-hour wind gust, nickel-size hail. Then Roy said, Mattress Mac. Does that name ring a bell? He's the guy that's notorious for making big wagers on sporting events. Yeah, he's been on a bit of a losing streak as of late with his gigantic bets. But not this morning. The biggest comeback in the history of the college basketball championship game, netting him a huge victory Monday night when Kansas erased a 16-point deficit to beat North Carolina, 72-69 in New Orleans. Jim, a.k.a. Mattress Mac, was able to cash in to the tune of about $15 million. With various bets throughout the tournament, he had wagered more than $8.8 million on the Jayhawks to win it all. Now, as usual, his bets were a hedge against his gallery furniture store promotion. If Kansas won the title, he was offering customers a refund on any purchase of $3,000 or more on American-made furniture or Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, or Sealy mattresses, as long as the merchandise was bought before the title game. Now, when the NCAA tournament started, the gallery furniture promotion was centered around any team from Texas winning it all. But when the University of Houston, the last Texas team standing, was eliminated in the Elite Eight, McIngvale switched it to Kansas, which just so happened to be the only number one seed in the Final Four. So, obviously, with his winning to the tune of $15 million, obviously he needed that hedge bet, because it'd be interesting to see the numbers, how many purchases of $3,000 or more had been made, and there's going to be a lot of happy customers out there that made purchases at his gallery furniture store under the promotion there. They all just want a refund on their furniture purchases. So probably a lot of smiling faces out there this morning. How about that? All right, our number 844-844-3388. Let me see here. Gilligan, I believe, is on board. Hello, Gilligan.
Yeah, good morning, Stevie Weeby Pooh. This is Lavender. This ain't Gilligan. I want you to know the Jolly Gay Giant is really enjoying his vacation. I made it down there the last 2 nights. We had fun in the hot tub. I want to make Snake the Rambler from that being on the truth about the Jolly Gay Giant. Yeah, but do me a favor, don't say anything to right-wing nut, and don't let him to get jealous. I got Gilligan to send you a picture of Pinky. Did you get that?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, what a jewel. That's a beaut.
Oh, my sister is so beautiful. Oh, I'm just so proud of her. Well, I gotta go, but thank you for taking my call, Stevie Weeby.
Yeah, boy, we got a couple minutes before we hit news break. We got an email from Billy the Kid. Scarecrow. They said Scarecrow has no idea. I'm not saying Moose is a hell of a man, but he's got a vasectomy scheduled for next Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. How's that work out? He said, I've seen things. Scary things. Yes, indeed. Now, I saw this story a couple of days ago, and I can't help but wonder, how is this man even alive? How is it possible? It's a story about a guy in Germany, a 60-year-old man who apparently has been getting COVID vaccines dozens of times so he could sell the forged vaccination cards that actually have the real vaccine batch numbers on them to people that didn't want to get the vaccines. Now, this guy from Eastern Germany, whose name has not been released in line with German privacy rules, is said to have received up to 90 shots against COVID-19 at various vaccination centers in the eastern state of Saxony for months until criminal police caught up with him. According to the German news agency, the suspect was not detained but is under investigation for unauthorized issuance of vaccination cards and document forgery. They say he was caught at a vaccination center in Ellenberg when he showed up for a COVID shot for the second day in a row. Police confiscating several blank vaccination cards and started criminal proceedings. Now, here's the question. Like I said, how's it possible this guy's even alive? It's not clear what impact the approximately 90 shots of COVID vaccine, which he was getting from various brands. I guess he might get a Pfizer one day, he might get a Moderna the next. I'm not even sure exactly what vaccine brands they're offering there in Germany, because various countries are using various shots, but 90 vaccines. Right now, they say, we don't know what kind of impact this has had on this guy's health. All right, you can't make this stuff up. We'll get a news update. Lines available at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The images coming from the outskirts of Kyiv are gruesome. Bodies strewn across streets and buried in mass shallow graves. President Biden calling Russian President Vladimir Putin a war criminal.
This guy is brutal, and what's happening in Bucha is outrageous, and everyone's seen it.
The U.S. will seek to remove Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield called the Kremlin's participation a farce. Meanwhile, an oligarch that's been sanctioned for several years is without a boat.
The United States and Spain on Monday seized a $90 million yacht in Mallorca, owned by Russian billionaire Viktor Vekselberg, who is a close ally of Russian President Vladimir Putin. Attorney General Merrick Garland said it marks the first seizure by the Justice Department's newly created Russian Sanctions Enforcement Task Force. I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government. and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Add Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski and Utah Senator Mitt Romney to the now trio of Republicans who signaled they would vote for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. They joined Maine Senator Susan Collins as breaking from the caucus and ensuring that Jackson will win confirmation to the U.S. Supreme Court. A bill protecting abortion rights in Colorado has been signed into law. Governor Jared Polis, in a statement, said the decision to start or end a pregnancy with medical assistance will remain between a person, their doctor, and their faith. The bill passed the Democratic-controlled legislature last month. It comes amid growing concerns by some that the conservative-leaning Supreme Court could overturn Roe versus Wade this term. Stocks closed higher on Wall Street Monday with help from technology and communication stocks. The Dow rose 104 points. The Nasdaq rose 271 points. The S&P 500 was up by 37. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And of course, half price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow.
26-year-old Dondre Martin has been arrested in connection to Sunday's mass shooting in Sacramento, California. Police Chief Kathy Lester tells NBC News that they are searching for at least one other gunman.
Our team is actively working on it, and we're certainly continuing to identify people that were involved in this.
6 were killed and a dozen were wounded. The arrest came as the Sacramento County coroner identified the victims. A businessman says more can be done to combat high gas prices at the pump.
The price of a gallon of gas broke records in many parts of the United States, and in an attempt to lower impact on consumers, the United States is releasing 1 million barrels of oil per day from the strategic oil reserves. Andy Pusner is the former CEO of CKE Restaurants. He tells Fox News the president could do more for inflation and high gas prices.
All the president has to do is go out there and say, look, we're going to drill, we're going to approve these permits, we want funding for these companies that want to drill, we're going to put in pipelines, energy prices would drop, the price at the pump would drop. If that doesn't happen, there's only one person you can blame, and that's Joe Biden.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Elon Musk is now Twitter's largest shareholder. He bought more than 73 million shares worth $2.9 billion. That gives him a 9% stake in the company. Listen to us anytime. Our website is usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Another hour as we roll on into the early hours of a Tuesday. Welcome aboard to our friends in the Mountain Time Zone. All right, 5th day of April for 22 underway. Hope your week's off to a good start. We've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. So as they were just discussing in the news, 1 million barrels per day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. I have a sneaky suspicion Scarecrow's probably correct. Yeah, the average person out there, the average citizen, they hear things like that and they say, "Man, that's a lot of oil." Yeah, Joe really is trying to do something to help bring those prices down, right? That's what they think. But if they only knew the truth. No, when all is said and done, 180 million barrels will translate just to a handful of days of global demand. It's a very small amount in the big scheme of things. All right, this latest release, 180 million barrels, or the equivalent, this report says, the equivalent to about 2 days of global demand. And it's going to mark the third time that we've tapped the strategic reserve in the past 6 months. Will this lower your prices? Well, let's start with some facts and an overview of strategic oil reserves. The SPR is an emergency stockpile maintained by the U.S. Department of Energy. It is the largest known emergency supply in the world. Its underground tanks in Louisiana and Texas have capacity for 714 million barrels. We created this in 1975 after the Arab oil embargo, where gas prices spiked, damaging the U.S. economy. Presidents have tapped the stockpile to calm oil markets during war, or maybe when hurricanes have hit the infrastructure along the U.S. Gulf of Mexico. We also maintain small heating oil and gasoline reserves in the Northeast. For example, President George W. Bush authorizing the release of oil from the SPR when Hurricane Katrina affected the oil refineries in the Gulf Coast. But to that burning question, will releasing 1 million barrels a day lower your gas prices? Analysts have warned a release from the SPR would only produce a short-term effect, and it would not increase U.S. production capacity. That's where the true problem lies. This dumping is about 9 days' worth of demand, but even less because a barrel of crude from the reserve does not equal a barrel of gasoline. Of course, not all oil can be converted to heptane or diesel. This country, in the United States, we consume about 20 million barrels of oil per day. The average cost of gas declined to $4.23 a gallon last Thursday. That's about a 2% decrease compared to where we were, say, 2 weeks ago. The bottom line, the country with the most gas and oil is strategically the strongest in the world because it can outlast their opponents. That's true with many other items as well, including food, for instance. Now, this is Lauren Fix, the car coach. As an expert on the automotive industry, I do not foresee 1 million barrels of oil a day moving the price of gasoline in the slightest. You may see a few cents drop over a few months, but prices will increase again if more oil and gas is not produced in the United States to make up for the shortfall. Being energy independent is the best choice. Hello, Joe. On top of all this, the government's planning to add additional 11 new tax hikes on the oil and gas industry. This will not incentivize the big producers to increase their production. It will have the opposite effect. I mean, that's the lowdown, that's the skinny. From Lauren Fix, the car coach. It's just trying to make it appear, obviously, this is something the media is actually covering. You're hearing that on all the mainstream outlets. President releasing 1 million barrels per day from the SPR. It sounds to the general public like, well, surely this is going to help bring the prices down. Thank you, Joe. Thank you so much. All right, with that very, very quiet morning on the phones at 844-844-3388. Scott sent me this earlier, kind of hearkening back to last evening. I think it was it Wally that called in? We were talking about truck parking capacity, this company in Florida that's looking to buy up lots, acres and acres, to transform into truck parking capacity around the country. Now, he called and said, well, Steve, we're not going to need all that truck parking capacity in short order because there ain't going to be no dry drivers out there in them anyway. They're all going autonomous. Fourth-generation truck driver Don Christensen, when he became a driver right out of high school, autonomous vehicles, it was a thing of the future, right? Well, Christensen, now president and CEO of Missouri-based Christensen Transportation, is leading his trucking company into that future with plans to deploy 500 autonomous trucks. They've recently signed a deal with the autonomous trucking technology provider, Locomation, to restructure their operating model to run their trucks 20-plus hours a day, followed by deployment of 500 trucks equipped with the Autonomous Relay Convoy SM. Now, this system on 5 separate autonomous relay network segments. Christensen said his company's going to begin with a hub in Nashville that will feature 6 lanes, each of which will be 500 miles, along the I-40, I-24, and I-65 corridors. Not only do we think we'll be 100% Locomation autonomous vehicles within the next few years, we believe we'll be able to grow the fleet and improve the quality of life for the drivers and capacity for our customers. Now, they were holding the truckload carriers, the TCA's conference in Las Vegas when the deal was announced. I guess that was last week, wasn't it? They're expecting to increase capacity by 52%, reduce empty miles by 50%, improve fuel efficiency by 18%, and reduce their greenhouse gas emissions with their freight optimization. This system, the ARC, enables a carrier to safely operate 2 trucks up to 22 hours a day. In other words, delivering twice the cargo, twice as far, and twice as fast, which means a big boost when it comes to their capacity. And I guess the anticipation is profits as well. This is going to cut idling time, reduce, and in some cases actually totally eliminate what they call empty or deadhead miles. According to a peer-reviewed study by Boundless Impact Research, Locomation's technology also allows for a 20% reduction in fuel consumption and another 22% in greenhouse gas emissions. Now, the system is a human-led convoy of 2 trucks that are tethered, as they call it, electronically. One driver operates the lead truck while the second driver rests in the following truck. The human-guided autonomy solution allows to safely operate 2 trucks for 20 to 22 hours per day, still being in compliance with the DOT's hours of service regulations. So technically, you do have 2 drivers, 1 driver in each cab of the trucks, but again, one is sleeping. Yeah, whereas a team operation, you'd have 2 individuals in 1 truck. You're now moving twice the amount of freight. When the one driver reaches his limit on driving time, the other wakes up, gets in the lead truck, and the 2-truck train continues to roll. Christensen said it's important to him to deploy a model that did not seek to replace the driver. The second phase, he said, will be 2 trucks with 1 driver. We believe there still needs to be a pilot in charge of the vehicle. Like in commercial airlines, we've had autopilot probably over 50 years now, but you still have pilots in the plane. We wanted something we thought was going to come to the market sooner rather than later by not forcing the driver out of the cab on day number 1. And he believes this might actually be helpful in recruiting new drivers. Drivers are the primary limiting factor, even in times like now when we can't get trucks. Drivers are the primary limiting factor, he says. Despite every good idea we come up with year after year, we still turn down like 98% of loads we're offered. So we're pretty excited to partner with Locomation to potentially double the amount of loads we can move with our existing driver force, what we have in place right now. All right, we'll get a quick chime out in here and clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, looking through some of the email here. Hey, Bob, I got your message there about an hour ago. Apparently, I neglected to forward your number for your first-time caller code. All right, I've got your number here. I will take care of that. Take care of that when we wrap things up here this morning. We remember the building collapse in Florida. What's that been, a year or so ago? Residents have been ordered to evacuate another building in North Miami Beach on Monday after officials got word that the 5-story structure just miles from the site of the Surfside condo collapse has been deemed structurally unsafe. The evacuation ordered for Bayview 60 homes after city officials received a letter from a structural engineering firm hired by the property owner that called for an immediate evacuation due to the deflation in the elevation of the building's floor slabs, according to the press release. The city now working with the owner to ensure all the residents receive proper assistance as they relocate within 24 hours' time. Obviously, the safety of residents is our number one concern, and we're working as quickly as possible to mobilize resources to the building site. The structural problems were identified as the building was undergoing repairs ahead of its 50-year recertification inspections. Anyway, the engineer's report calling for the building's evacuation was sent to city officials on Friday after office hours. It wasn't even seen until yesterday morning. But this particular building stands just over 5 miles from the Champlain Towers, where they once stood in Surfside. The building that partially collapsed last June. 98 people were killed, by the way. This is the second evacuation of a building that's been ordered in the wake of last year's collapse, which has obviously prompted increased scrutiny of building maintenance and inspection practices. Back last summer in Miami Beach, they ordered the evacuation of a 10-story condominium, and residents have not been allowed to return to that location either. According to the city, those that are being displaced by this current evacuation will receive a refund, a full refund of their April rent. That makes things so much better, right? Yeah, but meanwhile, you got to find a place to live, right? All right, let's get back to your calls here. And it's 844-844-3388. Hello, Mercury Man. What's up this morning?
I wish they would. I wish they would get these damn trucks to where they drive themselves. That maybe I can just stay at the damn house and just send me the check to the house. That's all they got to do. Maybe it'll help my hemorrhoids heal. I don't know.
Only problem is if you're not out in the truck, you ain't going to get a check.
Well, they better figure out something. Because we're gonna have to get paid somewhere or another. Some of their profits are going to have to be shared. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, yeah, no doubt.
But there's a scene in one of the Wolverine movies. I think it was the last Wolverine movie. And they had a Wolverine was driving a pickup, and he was on the interstate or something like that, and he was being chased. They had a convoy of these trucks that were self-driving trucks, and it's pretty cool the way they had them. They were all in line and everything, you know. They were training, but the cabs, the regular trailer looks like regular trailers, but the cabs, there was no cab on it. It was just a frame with an engine, no winch, no fender, that stuff. It was just a built up, and it had light all over it and everything. I think the max on them was like it said 40 or something other.
Mm-hmm.
But that was pretty. It was pretty unique, and you know, I told my wife that time. I said that's what it looked like right there if they ever decide to implement that stuff. But there's so many things they're going to have to get, you know, for it to be feasible. But if you keep the driver in it, that may work for a while, but eventually it's going to come to where it's just not even going to be. It's going to be somebody with a joystick back at the office, you know, just driving the vehicle or just watching the vehicle, you know, because they don't care if it's running 45 or 50 miles an hour or not. They don't care. Just a steady speed and 24 hours a day. That's all they care about.
Yeah. Move that
We're
freight.
dinosaurs, Steve.
Yeah.
We're dinosaurs.
I don't know. I still feel like this technology is a bit further down the road than they're trying to make it sound. Well, we'll see how it goes. I may be wrong.
Well, they are trying hard to get it, though, ain't they? They're hell bent on getting this stuff, and they also hell bent on us going to war over in Ukraine too. They're. You ever seen that movie called Wag the Dog?
Yes, I have. Sure have.
It looks just like it, don't it?
I mean, the way we continue to...
You don't know what to believe. You don't know who to believe anything,
We keep building up. We're sending more troops to all those surrounding NATO countries, obviously, but the way the numbers have built up now. Because remember, we started up, all right, we're going to send X number 100, then it was going to be 2,000. Now it's growing, and we're stationing more jets and more logistically moving so much stuff over there. It's almost like I begin to wonder if they're anticipating this is definitely going to turn into a NATO operation.
Yeah, it's just going to take one little excuse just to do it, and with all this, what they found out yesterday about this mass graves and all these executions that went on over there, they're just trying to bring up the shock value, so they can
Right.
show everybody and say, "Oh my, we got to do something about this."
We can't stand on the sidelines. You're right. We've got to get involved. Yep. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and they just itching for it. But another little old, if you want to call it a prepper deal or whatever, I told you yesterday about saving some flour, buying an extra box of macaroni and stuff like that when you go to the store. But if you're looking to getting just a El Cheapo, solar panels, just something to keep a battery charged, especially for people who use CPAP. I sleep with a CPAP. I cannot sleep without my CPAP machine. And I've got mine set up that in case we lose power or something like that, I have a generator. But if you have no fuel to run a generator, you're going to be in trouble. But if you got solar panels, there's a kit on Amazon for about $1,500-$1,600 that comes with all the stuff needed to keep two car batteries charged up during the day, But stuff like that, just think about it and put it in the back of your mind, and because you never can tell what might happen if it gets crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yep.
I appreciate you taking my call, Steve.
Hey, thanks for chiming in this morning. It's been very quiet on the phones this morning anyway, so jump on in. Let's see. Hello to Country Bumpkin checking in from Jacksonville, Illinois. We've got 50 degrees. Be safe out there, overnight drive nation. There's Cliff on board this morning. Jan, morning from South Carolina. Very long time listener. When your show was on radio for years, I'm glad to be finding out the show's available again. I just found out yesterday. All right, Jan found us on YouTube. Good to have you on board. How you like the new venue anyway? Actually get a visual of what's going on here with the overnight drive. Good to have you back with us. Give us a ring sometime, Jan. News break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
America's ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas Greenfield, says she will seek to have Russia removed from the UN Human Rights Council. She's called the Kremlin's participation in that body a farce during a press conference in Bucharest. Thomas Greenfield says she will bring the matter before the council on Wednesday as soon as she returns to New York. Her move comes as the world decried the reports of mass killings in Ukraine, a war crime. Images from Bucha showed mass graves, some of them shallow, with bodies strewn in the streets. The Kremlin dismissed the allegations as Ukrainian subterfuge, but Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called it something different.
This is a war crime, he said, and it will be recognized by the world as genocide.
The translation by NBC News. The major indexes gained on Wall Street Monday. This is USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen. You can put one in the living room. You can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com. Put in my promo code Classic3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com. Discount code Classic3 and you'll also get free shipping. You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And of course, half price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And Now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, I guess we can suffice it to say the admission coming out, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, just, I guess it was one screw up after another throughout the pandemic. We need to revamp things, announcing plans to revamp this past day with Dr. Walensky hiring an outside senior federal health official to conduct a 1-month review. Washington Post reported the review is structure, systems, the processes they follow after criticism for their response during the pandemic. Delays in developing a coronavirus test initially, this guidance over masking. Do you need a mask? Does it do any good? No, you don't. You remember it was on again, off again, on again. The isolation, the quarantine, all these things were so confusing. A statement says, as we've challenged our state and local partners, we know now is the time for the CDC to integrate some of the lessons we have learned into a strategy for the future. It's an agency-wide revamp in an email that was shared with the Washington Post. It's about all they had to say. No response to an email request from Reuters from the CDC for comment. But we've been saying that. But then, of course, for anyone to criticize the likes of the guidance from the CDC, that was taboo. You can't say things like that. All right, back to the calls here on a Tuesday morning. Good to have you. Hope your week's off to a good start. Head on down to the Sunshine State. What do you say, Philip?
Hey, buddy, how you doing this morning? You doing all right?
Yes, sir. I had a story here that I was going to ask you about. Apparently, right on the heels of the Russia saying that they're going to separate. They're not going to no longer be a part of the ISS. I guess late last week or over the weekend. This Axiom is supposed to be sending 4 people to the space station this week.
Yes. Yeah, that's a private company. They've bought that flight from SpaceX, and they're going to go up on the ISS, and that company's developing systems for space stations, and they're going to help us with our new space station that's going to replace the ISS. That's what the Axiom program is.
So what'd you think about the announcement?
Go up this week.
Yeah, what'd you think of the announcement from Russia, though, saying, because they had been kind of alluding to abandoning the American up there and whatnot, but now saying that they are indeed, due to the sanctions, until the sanctions are lifted, they will no longer be working with NASA or the European Space Agency. Can we run that thing without the Russians?
We sure can. I mean, we have SpaceX and companies like that can help us with the propulsion systems. That's what the Russians supply for the space station. They work on the propulsion systems that keep it where it needs to be at. Mm-hmm. You can't just throw it up there and let it float around. You've got to have a propulsion system that keeps it in the attitude that you want it in. And the Russians have supplied that. We can do it with companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin, Axiom, different companies. They can work with those companies, and they don't even need to. We don't need the Russians. The thing is, with the space station, it always has been a joint collaboration between all the countries in the world with the ESA. And the Russians, if they're doing what they're doing, that's fine with me. I don't care. I think we have the technology to do it, so to keep it upright. Do you remember yesterday, Steve, I talked to you about a story about a car being hit on a bridge and ejecting a fellow out into a lake?
I had a listener that said that he looked a bit into that story that said that lake had, 13,000 gators in it or something?
Yeah, it's a lot more than 13,000 gators. It's closer to probably 100,000. But
wow,
I found out some information about the story yesterday, and this just goes to show everybody how truck drivers are always blamed for a lot of things, and it makes you wonder. It was a 2-car crash between a Mercedes and a Scion. The Scion was the one that had the ejection out of it. The Mercedes hit the Scion in the back, pushed up against a guardrail, and ejected the passenger. And that gentleman, he passed away. He fell into the lake, and then they found him. But to make a long story short, they brought a truck into the deal that was blamed on a truck driver rearing the Mercedes. They actually got to investigating. There was not enough damage that's conclusive to a truck being hitting it. So it's just funny how truck drivers are always blamed for a lot of things, and there was not an issue with it. So, it was a bad situation. The gentleman, they found his body the next morning down in below. So it's not I don't know why people got to blame a truck when they're out there on these roads and they're carrying so much speed. And that was pretty much the cause of the accident. The Mercedes was going too fast and rear-ended the other car. And I just wanted to bring that out there, Steve. Have you heard of any incidents like that before where a truck has been brought into it and it never come to fruition?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's always, like you say, it's common practice to blame those big, ugly trucks and truck drivers.
Yeah, I know. And my uncle was an owner-operator for 30, 40 years. And he always told me, he said, just remember, you're driving a billboard around that says, "Here I am, hit me." He said, just remember, you're driving that all the time. And when you're doing what you're doing out there, make sure that you understand that you could be blamed at any time for anything, for the littlest thing. And I always took that to heart. And when I drove, and I still do it today, even in my car, but these people out here on these roads down here, I don't know how it is in Ohio, but they carry a lot of speed down here in Florida. So if you're coming down here to Florida, man, it's to the wall on everybody. I don't know why they do that, but we got a lot of people that carry speed down here. So do you think we're going to get totally involved with Ukraine, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying a few minutes ago, the more we continue to build and send more over there, it almost seems to me like they're anticipating it's going to happen. I hope and pray it doesn't.
I hope it doesn't either, but I got a feeling it is going to happen. And if you studied the world wars in the past, the World War I was started over something that was a lot less offensive than what I've seen. But I'll tell you what I saw on television last night from Bucha,
yeah,
man, that's some bad stuff. That is some bad stuff. I don't know. I'm really surprised somebody hasn't went over and got this guy. And if anybody wants to watch today, it's supposed to happen today. Zelensky is supposed to speak to the UN today. Did you hear about that?
That is correct. Yeah, the UN Security Council. Yes, sir.
I would hate to be the Russian guy sitting on the other side of the table when he's speaking, because I know he's going to let it go. I mean, he's going to fire on him with all cannons, man, and it's going to be ugly. It's going to be real ugly, and that Axiom will be the next one. I think the next SpaceX launch is going to be the Axiom, Steve. I haven't had a chance to look at my launch dates, so. But that's pretty much all I got today, buddy, and I appreciate you having me on, and we'll catch you later.
Thanks, as always, for chiming in. Yeah, the Axiom launch is slated for Friday, unless they've got something between now and then. Yeah, that'll be the next launch. But but Reuters, it says the International Space Station about to become a whole lot busier than usual when the crew welcomes aboard 4 new colleagues from the Houston-based startup Axiom Space, the first all-private astronaut team ever flown to the International Space Station. The launch is being hailed by the company, NASA, and other industry players as a turning point. The latest expansion of commercial space ventures, collectively referred to by insiders as the low Earth orbit economy, or LEO economy for short. Weather permitting, though, the four-man team will lift off Friday at the earliest from the Kennedy Space Center, riding atop a Falcon 9 rocket, furnished and flown by Elon Musk's SpaceX. The launch was initially scheduled for Wednesday, but a spokesperson announcing yesterday the delay would give SpaceX more time to complete their pre-launch processing work. If all goes smoothly, though, the quartet, led by a retired NASA astronaut, Michael Lopez Alegria, would arrive at the space station about 28 hours later after the SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule docks at the International Space Station, some 250 miles above the Earth. Now, this Lopez guy is 63 years old. He's the Spanish-born mission commander and Axiom vice president of business development, set to be joined by Larry Connor, who is a real estate and technology entrepreneur and an aerobatics aviator from Ohio. And he's designated as the mission pilot. Connor is in his 70s. They didn't give his exact age, though. Rounding out the Ax-1 team are the investor, philanthropist, and former Israeli fighter pilot, a 64-year-old Eaton Stibb, and a Canadian businessman and philanthropist, a 52-year-old Mark Pathy. Both of them will be mission specialists. It's pretty wild. The Ax-1 crew may appear to have a lot in common with many of the wealthy passengers who've been taking these suborbital rides on the Blue Origin or the Virgin Galactic services from Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson, but Axiom executive said their mission is definitely more substantive. We're not space tourists. The Axiom team has actually undergone extensive astronaut training with both NASA and SpaceX, and they will be performing meaningful biomedical research there at the International Space Station, which I would have to concur on. You don't go to the International Space Station, without training. Some of these other flights, Shatner, you launch up, you get up a few miles, and you come right back. That's not really space travel. All right, we'll get back to the calls here just ahead. It's 844-844-3388. I'm looking at the update from the official People's Convoy website, which reads, we want to give a huge shout out to Shannon Thomason, who is the mayor of Big Spring, Texas, who heard we were in need tonight, and in a matter of no time, he had a parking place for us. Porta potties were ordered and calls to have food trucks to feed us. He even personally met the convoy in his Corvette on the highway and led us to the air park. We are currently at 3200 Rickabaugh Drive. That's, I guess, the hangar address at the air park there in Big Spring, Texas. I think they had a destination elsewhere, and something must have happened. Something fell through, and they weren't going to be allowed to use that particular location. But they are indeed in Big Spring, Texas. They say, come out and join us. Rally will begin at 7 p.m. Tuesday evening. So they're there for the night, and they're there for Tuesday evening as well. He said, this is Chris Young, who posted on the official page, I spoke to Shannon personally, and he told me he ended the emergency mandates in Big Springs, Texas, because of the People's Convoy. He fully supports us. As Mike Landis always says, when we are on the right side of evil, we have nothing to worry about. Way to go, Big Springs. Thank you, Mayor. When one door closes, another one always opens, and sometimes the one that opens is even better. There you go, from Big Spring, Texas this morning. The People's Convoy. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Oh, why not? How about a little COVID talk? COVID, yeah, boy. Is it just me, or would you think I'm way off base in my line of thinking? We're about to begin highlighting the latest variant of the Omicron. As the virus continues to mutate, the report states we are now seeing the emergence of the most transmissible variant ever. So says the World Health Organization. This is a hybrid of the BA1 and BA2 Omicron. This one has been named XE. First detected in the UK, now China is reporting COVID cases of 2 novel Omicron subvariants that do not match any existing sequences. Experts are not sure. Is this going to be the latest outbreak that could potentially cause problems around the world? If the Chinese authorities' efforts to constrain transmission are not effective against a highly transmissible virus like this variant, this could very well become a threat for the rest of the world. So says an expert in global vaccine issues who's done extensive research on neutralizing Omicron and its subvariants. He says, we know that uncontrolled transmission of the virus can lead to more viral evolution and the evolution around the vaccine and around the therapeutics, making them less effective. But they're saying this is the most highly transmissible variant of all we have seen to date. The XE variant, 10% more transmissible than even the BA2 subvariant of Omicron, which has been the most contagious thus far. See, we've got something coming up here in a matter of months. It's called an election. You think am I off base thinking that, we've got to go back where we were in 2020. We may need to go back to more mail-in ballots. We've got to give people other options to voting versus actually going to a polling place because, the most highly transmissible variant is knocking on the door. I'm thinking outside the box, but... All right, Gilligan, yes, sir.
Good morning, Steve, and thank you for taking my call. Did anybody ask you how you're doing yet tonight? I try to avoid that question, but it usually gets answered every night.
I don't think nobody's brought that up. I'm doing just fine. Yeah, my week's off to a good start, thank you.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Glad you're in good health. I've seen something about Steve. Maybe some others can see these. Have you ever seen the tall orange cones and actually the bottom of it flash? Have you ever seen those? I've seen those along roads, like the car broke down on the road. It's time I'd seen them.
So you're talking about like road cones that flash?
Yeah, they're tall orange cones, about 2 foot tall, but the bottom half of them were flashing. I've never seen them.
Interesting.
Oh, that was rather interesting and a good idea. He's talking about the other week, last week I think it was, about different colored lights on trucks and how they're not supposed to be, I believe, anything but yellow facing forwards and red facing backwards. Several nights last week, I was seeing Kenworth going down the road, had teal green LED lights like a long strand of Christmas lights, blue LEDs, around the grill, around all along the bottom. I mean, this thing had them all over the place on the cab of this truck. And then the radio antennas had blue lights on. It's amazing that they don't crack down this stuff. Then tonight, I had a truck come up on me, and he had yellow flashing lights on his dash. It was just a tractor trailer. Now, it was a first cruiser. It had lights everywhere, and I mean, them lights couldn't be more than 2 or 3 inches apart down the side of that trailer. Just lit up like a Christmas tree. But them yellow flashing lights on the dash, I wonder how long it'll take for a police officer to pull him over. I would think that was only me for emergency vehicles, wouldn't you?
Right.
Well, I'll touch on something else. He's talked about the fires last week. By the way, I did talk to Charlie Green earlier.
Well, hold that thought there, because we're on this clock thing, and it's top of the hour, the midnight hour on the West Coast, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The world is outraged at images coming from the outskirts of Kyiv, where bodies are strewn across streets, yards, and in shallow graves. President Biden calling Russian President Vladimir Putin a war criminal.
This guy is brutal, and what's happening in Bucha is outrageous, and everyone's seen it.
The U.S. will seek to remove Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. 26-year-old Dondre Martin has been arrested in connection to Sunday's mass shooting in Sacramento, California. Police Chief Kathy Lester tells NBC News that they are searching for at least one other gunman.
Our team is actively working on it, and we're certainly continuing to identify people that were involved in this. 6
were killed and a dozen were wounded. The arrest came as the coroner identified the victims. The Dow rose by 104 points. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Two more Republicans have signaled their support for Supreme Court nominee Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. The support from Alaska's Lisa Murkowski and Utah's Mitt Romney all but assures that Jackson will become the first black woman to be confirmed as a Supreme Court justice. Murkowski and Romney joins Maine's Susan Collins as the only Republicans who have signaled support for the nomination. A bill protecting abortion rights in Colorado has been signed into law. Governor Jared Polis, in a statement, said the decision to start or end a pregnancy with medical assistance will remain between a person, their doctor, and their faith. The bill passed the Democratic-controlled legislature last month. It comes amid growing concerns by some that the conservative-leaning Supreme Court could overturn Roe v. Wade this term. Stocks closed higher on Wall Street Monday with help from technology and communication stocks. The major indexes all closed higher. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you diabetic and searching for a healthy beverage to enjoy every day? Consider diabetic-friendly and delicious Gluco Down drink mixes. Gluco Down drink mixes are specially enriched with prebiotic fiber, essential vitamins and minerals. There's no sugar or caffeine.
Gluco Down's clinically proven prebiotic fiber helps maintain blood sugar levels in a healthy range, especially after meals.
8 diabetic-friendly, delicious flavors. Shop now at Amazon. Search Gluco Down. That's Gluco Down.
A businessman says more can be done to combat high prices at the pump.
The price of a gallon of gas broke records in many parts of the United States, and in an attempt to lower impact on consumers, the United States is releasing 1 million barrels of oil per day from the strategic oil reserves. Andy Pusner is the former CEO of CKE Restaurants. He tells Fox News the president could do more for inflation and high gas prices.
All the president has to do is go out there and say, look, we're going to drill, we're going to approve these permits, we want funding for these companies that want to drill, we're going to put in pipelines, energy prices would drop, the price at the pump would drop. If that doesn't happen, there's only one person you can blame, and that's Joe Biden.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk has taken a 9% stake in the social media company Twitter, making him the company's largest shareholder. Musk recently questioned whether the platform is undermining democracy. He also pondered starting a rival social media network. Either way, his purchase of more than 73 million shares is worth $2.9 billion. On Wall Street Monday, the Dow rose 104 points, the Nasdaq gained 271 points, the S&P 500 rose about 37 points, and the price of oil went up at least $4 a barrel. Listen to us anytime. Our website is usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive.
There we go. All right, cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday. Don't forget, coming up in our final hour, it's the $1,000 daily driver bonus. We'll give you our next keyword, where you'll simply go to tncradio.live, the web or the app, enter that keyword, and be registered. They continue listening, so you get two more opportunities. One during the morning grind between 9 and 11 a.m. Eastern, and then the evening surge, as they refer to it, between 5 and 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Enter those codes. You could enter as many as 4 times a day. $1,000 to be given away at high noon each day over the next 5 weeks, but not one, but 2 winners each day at the noon hour, thanks to Hot Shot Secret and tncradio.live. All right, we'll get back to Gilligan here. Again, quiet on the phones. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Gilligan.
No problem, Steve. I heard you report earlier that you've got to stay on schedule with your breaks. I figured that's what happened. Not a problem at all.
Yep.
Hey, I spoke to Jolly Green earlier tonight. Through text messages. He's having a pretty good time down there in East Tennessee. He sent me pictures of the cabin. He's staying in and stuff. Looked like kind of nice. Said that the fires was over there in the eastern part of that county on the opposite side from where he's at. So,
okay.
The way he talks, it's nowhere near where he's at. If you got any updates on that fire about whether it's being contained or anything?
I was about to ask you if he said anything about that. No, I haven't seen any updates on them. I'll see what I can pull up here.
Okay. He said on Saturday or Sunday, I think it was Sunday, it was about 95% contained then, but he hasn't said anything since then.
Okay.
Hopefully they can get that put out soon. I tell you, back about 20, a little bit over 20 years ago, I was still old flatbed for GMC, and I went through the gorge there. They had them huge forest fires. One of the scarier times I've spent in the truck. I knew the fires were there in East Tennessee and Western North Carolina, and I knew it was in that area. But I'm driving along. I'm close to the Tennessee-North Carolina line there, and the smoke is getting so thick, it's burning my eyes. And I remember seeing off to my right, I was headed North Carolina, towards North Carolina. There's a tree burning. It was one of the sparks coming off the fire. It got that close, probably a quarter mile off the interstate. And while I was in the gorge, they literally shut down I-40 because of the fires. I tell you what, that's a hair racing experience right there when you're that close to a forest fire.
Yep.
I never want to experience that again. You know, it's amazing how that smoke, even if I must have been, well, at least a half mile from the fire or more. That one tree, like I said, was like a quarter mile away. I could see it over on the next ridge, but I could not see the fire. This was daytime, so it wasn't like I could see the glow or anything. And still, that smoke was that thick. It didn't get to the point where I was having trouble breathing. It was affecting my eyesight. I tell you, that's some dangerous stuff right there. Of course, we've seen plenty of reports of people dying in the wildfires out there, California and stuff, just moving so fast. Well, on a lighter note, I'm proud to announce that our foreign use kits are really selling. You know, we're setting them out just as soon as we can piece them together. And boy, oh boy, that ramp-scented perfume and aftershave kits, oh man. You know, 1995 is a good steal, but I tell you what, people keep ordering the double gift set. You know, $19.95 for each, or $49.95 for the kid, both for his and hers. That's over a $10 value. Man, that's really selling. Just remember, here at GMA Enterprises, our motto, brought to you by my late great father, West Virginia werewolf. We'll treat you right. Thank you for taking my calls.
Here's your update you were asking about, Gilligan. I guess from this past day. That's the latest update I could find. Crews from the Division of Forestry on Sunday were still dousing hot spots and fighting the fires sparked near the Great Smoky Mountain National Park. The Hatcher Mountain Indigo Lane fire, which the first to light on Wednesday morning of last week, nearly contained. Homeowners beginning to take stock of the damage. Cause of that blaze still under investigation. There was the other smaller fire near Seymour Thursday that was 60% contained as of Sunday afternoon. But at least 300 structures have been affected by those blazes, which could mean anything from a burnt porch step to an entire cabin destroyed. Sevier County did post an updated map on their emergency response webpage that marks each structure that had been assessed and its condition. The owner of the Little Valley Mountain Resort Cabin Rentals came up Sunday to survey the damage to his property. This guy owns 35 cabins, operates a total of 80 for the resort in Sevierville. Of the 80 properties he manages, only 2 were affected by the Hatcher Mountain Indigo Lane fire, number that would have probably been higher if firefighters from the Walden's Creek Volunteer Fire Department hadn't put in work Wednesday afternoon as the flames started. He said it's really a great story. They were able to prevent this from being so much worse. Still, some homes did catch fire, leaving a few cabins on Valley Springs Way with nothing left but a foundation. Some structures looked nearly unharmed, while others just across the road were completely burned out. Depending on which way the fire's coming, it may run through an entire structure and completely skip over others, according to the public information officer for the Division of Forestry there. So while the larger blaze is nearly contained, the Tennessee Division of Forestry still working to douse hotspots. One forestry technician has been spending his time pouring water over still smoking areas to make sure they don't lift an ember that could ignite another area or another home. So they're still out there patrolling around cabins, trying to put out hot spots in places where you can still see smoke in the stumps and things like that. Anything that's around the cabin that's a high-profile area, and the flames has the potential to maybe get around the cabins and catch fire. So, in areas where it's harder to get to from the ground, they continue attempting to put the fire out from the air. They've had the helicopters working there all last week. So things definitely improved, doing a whole lot better there in Sevierville. Our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, once again, clear lines on a Tuesday. Now, looks like the drone deliveries are about to begin. Alphabet's Wing division set to begin the latest drone delivery test program so far in the United States, starting Thursday in the suburbs of Dallas, they tell us. Wing LLC, which had announced their intention to begin the Texas deliveries last October, has now obtained permission for the program from the Federal Aviation Administration. Wing will be selling items from a Walgreens store, and they're also working with other companies to deliver things like ice cream, pet medications, and first aid kits. Wing, which is Amazon.com's Prime Air and United Parcel Service, among others, trying to remake the retail sales world by using small drones to deliver products to homes. Now, routine drone deliveries are still years away, they say, because regulations currently do not permit some of the technologies like the robotic flights that are envisioned by these companies. But this is a big step, though. This is a big milestone for Wing and drone delivery, according to Wing's chief executive officer. Looks like deliveries will be available to people living near Dallas, in Frisco and Little Elm. The company, which does most of its business in Australia, said they've actually surpassed 200,000 deliveries earlier this year. So that's pretty good. The future, it's right before us. We've got some neighbors that are actually vacationing in Key West right now, and I just caught this story this past day. I wonder if they were firsthand witnesses to this that unfolded over the weekend, which it's undocumented migrants from Russia and other former Soviet countries that were smuggled into Key West Sunday, according to authorities, raising concerns that the war in Ukraine is spurring refugees and others to seek dangerous new routes to the United States. Spokesperson for the Key West Police Department said a boat that was chartered from Cuba docked at the south end of Duval Street, right there in the heart of the tourist district in Key West. It's about 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon. They said Key West police were called after about 15 of the migrants, whom she identified as being from Russia or other countries, just walked into the southernmost beach cafe. Police alerted the Department of Homeland Security, as well as Customs and Border Protection, about the landfall. They docked on a pier, disembarked, and just went into the cafe. Department of Homeland Security did confirm this past afternoon that 15 migrants from Russia and a pair of former Soviet republics were smuggled into the Keys on a sport fishing vessel, ultimately taken into custody by the Border Patrol. 9 are from Russia, 4 are from Kazakhstan, 2 are from Kyrgyzstan. They're all being processed for deportation. After all that work, you had to get all the way around and make it into Key West. Man, it's Wall Street. Let's go into the bar. Well, they probably wanted a drink. Our number, 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Rambler.
Well, praise God and good morning, Steve, my dear friend, brother in Christ. Glad to be hearing from you and glad to be on the air with you tonight, man. And I tell you, that's a crazy story, you know. Kind of reminds me of, there was a movie come out when I was a kid, back in the 80s called Rusty's, about these kids. You know, one's kid's dad was in the military, and Russian guy got lost stranded from his sub out there in the Gulf of Mexico or the Atlantic, whatever it was. And that took place in Florida. So I thought I'd throw that out there, just a little trip down memory lane. I remember watching that movie when I was a kid and everything like that. But it's just been crazy. You know, God sure is, really is. You know, even though, you know, I've now lost 2 close friends of mine, 2, you know, that I preached with and everything like that. Lost one to cancer. You know, he just couldn't recover. We made him arrest Saturday. And then on my way home, got word, and this man lived just right down the street from me, but he had been suffering for quite some time. God bless him, old brother Jerry Wiggins. You know, such good friends, and you know, you hate to hear about a good friend and someone that you preached with many times and have ate dinner with, and you know, they just, you know, the body just gives up. You can't go anymore, and God calls them home, and you know, thank God I know where they're at.
Mm-hmm.
But I hear the good news about Mercedes, and you know, and we're so very thankful. I mean, that you know, the Holy Spirit through the blood of Christ healed, and it's continuing to heal that young lady. I know Eskimo Mom is, you know, she has some challenges ahead of her, and I know Becky's listening, and we love you, sweetheart. I know you're going to get over this, but there's another friend of the show, and I'll announce just because he made it public. And I've been talking to this person for quite some time, and he goes by Buckwheat, but you know him as Dale Note. His wife Stephanie just won that nice chair from the Mid-America show. Dale told me quite some time he had been suffering from some lower back pain and was concerned about some things. Come to find out, our dear brother Dale has got kidney cancer, God's children. Now, we just prayed for another man. His name is Alan Hall. And he had the same kind of cancer, and of course they had to remove his kidney also. But even though they had to remove the kidney, the cancer was still contained that one tumor inside of his kidney, and no further cancer spread to no other place in his body. And Dale's put in a lot of hard work with his body. He's lost between 60 to 70 pounds, and it took him about a year of diet and exercise to get to where he's at. He's got a special boy, just a good kid, a good son that's just loving to death. And, God's children, we need to lift Dale up in prayer. Dale's been a long time listener, Steve.
Yes.
He listens to your show. He only calls in probably about once a month or so. He's not a frequent caller, but and that's Dale is just one of many that are suffering, maybe suffering with cancer, depression, substance abuse. We just don't know what someone's going through. That's why I get on here, and I try to show the love of Christ the best I can. I try and tell people sincerely that I love them. And I just want you to know, you may be going through something tonight. It may be substance abuse. It might be cancer. It might be the spirit of depression or anxiety that's got you down. And you may think, and the devil is playing tricks with your mind, that you're going through this all by yourself, that there's no such thing as God, that God don't exist. I can tell you right now that Mark chapter 5, verse 36 says, Jesus says, don't worry and be not afraid. So you have someone on your side, the same as Jesus Christ, tonight, God's children. And I've seen him do some pretty amazing things. And I want to see him do one more amazing thing, and that's heal Dale of this affliction in his body. I want to see Jesus do some more things. If you're suffering, I want you to don't doubt, but believe. That's what the sermon was about this past Sunday. Don't doubt, but only believe. And I know every time you go in and you're putting fuel in your gas tank owner-operators, you have doubts in your mind whether you can make it. I'm here to tell you, God's children, don't doubt God. I said, don't doubt God tonight. I said, believe. Don't doubt, but believe. When things seem impossible, don't doubt God tonight. Don't doubt him, but believe. I'm going to end this. I'm going to pray. If you don't mind, Steve. I'm going to pray. I know we got about a minute. After you got to hit this pray. Gracious Lord, Heavenly Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus. And Lord, I pray for anyone that's suffering with an affliction within their body, mind, and soul. Lord, I rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ. I know it's the work of the devil. Lord, we rebuke the devil in the name of Jesus. And Lord, Father, I ask that anybody that needs healing tonight, heal them. In Jesus' name, amen and amen. Steve, I love you, brother. God bless. We'll shout at you later, my man.
Thank you for checking in, Rambler. Thanks for all you do. And yeah, we get our news break here. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The world is outraged at images coming from the outskirts of Kyiv, where bodies are strewn across streets, yards, and in shallow graves. President Biden calling Russian President Vladimir Putin a war criminal.
This guy is brutal, and what's happening in Bucha is outrageous.
and everyone's seen it.
The U.S. will seek to remove Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. 26-year-old Dondre Martin has been arrested in connection to Sunday's mass shooting in Sacramento, California. Police Chief Kathy Lester tells NBC News that they are searching for at least one other gunman.
Our team is actively working on it, and we're certainly continuing to identify people that were involved in this. 6
were killed and a dozen were wounded. The arrest came as the coroner identified the victims. The Dow rose by 104 points. This is USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen, you can put one in the living room, you can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in my promo code CLASSIC3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code CLASSIC3, and you'll also get free shipping. You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And of course, half price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
A summer of excitement is within sight. This week, the polling spotlight is on the Sunshine State, and we'll soon know our first three champions of 2022. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. You've heard us refer to the NTPA's national and member state schedule as a place to find a poll near you. Let's take the occasion of this radio report to explain exactly what we mean as we go state by state through the 2022 Grand National Calendar at ntpapull.com. There you can also view regional national events and click the member state link at the top of the schedule page to view those events. In Minnesota, it's the Power Pole Nationals at the McLeod County Fairgrounds in Hutchinson, June 17th and 18th. In Illinois, it's the DeKalb County Fair NTPA Grand Nationals in Sandwich, September 8th and 10th. In Indiana, it's the Johnson County Fair Pole in Franklin, July 15th and 16th. In Iowa, it's the North Iowa Nationals at Chamber Acres in Rockwell, August 4th through 6th. In Kansas, it's the Wild West Grand Nationals at Raceway Park in Dodge City, July 8th and 9th. In Kentucky, it's the Meade County Fair NTPA Grand Nationals in Brandenburg, July 29th and 30th. In Ohio, it's the Fort Recovery NTPA Grand Nationals at Ambassador Park in Fort Recovery, July 29th and 30th. The Henry County Fair Pole in Napoleon, August 13th. The National Tractor Pulling Championships at the Fairgrounds in Bowling Green, August 18th through 20th. The Friday Night Spectacular at the Lorain County Fair in Wellington, August 26th. And the Enderley Pull-Off at the Fairgrounds in Urbana, September 17th. In Tennessee, it's the Clay Hill Summer Sizzler at the racetrack in Atwood, June 3rd and 4th. And the Lions Super Bowl of the South at Lions Motorsports Park in Chapel Hill, July 22nd and 23rd. And in Wisconsin, it's the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals at Recreation Park in Tomah, June 23rd through 25th. In addition to these states, you'll find great national events in Michigan, New York, and North Carolina. New events and classes are still being added to the national schedule, so check back frequently for the most up-to-date information. And while there's nothing like feeling the ground shake under the force of 10,000 plus horsepower, many of these events will be live streamed via the association's over-the-top online channel, ntpa.tv. Available for mobile platforms, Roku and Apple TV, ntpa.tv is the next best thing to being there. But before all that gets rolling in the Midwest and Wild West, we've got action in the Southeast as the Clay County Fair Truck and Tractor Pull in Green Cove Springs features 3 national classes competing on Saturday night and Sunday afternoon, April 9th and 10th. Super Farm tractors, supercharged two-wheel drive trucks, and supercharged modified minis will invade the Paul E. Reinhold Memorial Fairgrounds in both sessions, and will award the 2022 Region 6 title in each division on Sunday. Several Mid-Florida state classes will also appear. Visit ntpapull.com for more information on this and all NTPA national and member state events. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you much. Thank you, John Dunlap. There you go. Tractor pull season. Here it is. Good times at the fairgrounds all over the country. All right, once again, lines are clear. We're wide open at 844-844-3388. Don't forget, coming up next hour, the $1,000 daily driver bonus. Your chance to win $1,000 and a shot at $10,000, the grand prize. Now happening 4 times every workday. TNCRadio.live. Just listen for that special keyword, that you'll enter at tncradio.live. And you're entered. Your chance to win $1,000. It's the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway brought to you by Hot Shot Secrets. Again, keyword coming up next hour. Obviously, I think Gilligan sent me a link to this. That's got to be a Dumbass of the Week nominee, correct? We haven't done those in a while. Obviously, it's a Florida man. Time and time again, a Florida man. Troopers arresting 54-year-old Gregory Sorensen in Pasco County after pulling him over and discovering his blood alcohol content was nearly triple the legal limit. Then an already open 24-pack of natural light beer was found in the back seat. So the thing is, Sorensen is a driving instructor. He was actually pulled over in the vehicle used to teach student drivers. The car even had student driver on the side of the car in the big yellow letters. The Florida Highway Patrol took to Twitter saying, hopefully, this is not part of the current driving curriculum. I don't reckon he'll be teaching any student drivers anytime soon, right? Nope. There you go. DA of the Week nominee. Thank you, Gilligan. All right, the Hunter Biden laptop continues to garner more and more attention. Yeah, way too little too late. Will they ever actually get to the bottom of this story? Will they share it? Or, as the media and so many have been trying to bury this story for the last how many years, literally, it really just came to the public's attention in 2020. But it was downplayed as nothing but Russian disinformation by the entirety of the press. Peter Navarro spoke about it this past day. Decried the fact that the alignment by the corporate press, all alleging this was Russian disinformation. Hunter's laptop, he said, should have won us the election, and my stomach literally turned every day after I found out about the laptop, well before the November election in 2020. There's some odd bedfellows. It's an odd couple, strange bedfellows. Now, speaking of the then acting U.S. Attorney General, one William Barr, and the New York Times. Those two people and institutions are directly responsible for the mentally incapacitated person that is in the White House. Joe Biden. Hunter Biden's laptop was real. And William Barr, why? William Barr did not do a thing about it. And it's just criminal. Then you got the New York Times and Chuck Todd, the whole press, saying this was a Russia campaign when it was real. According to Jonathan Turley, the legal scholar, a conflict of interest stands between Hunter, his father, and the head of the presidentially appointed Justice Department in Merrick Garland. He's responsible for deciding which cases the DOJ actually pursues. Now, Turley argues that Garland should appoint a special prosecutor that would operate outside of the Department of Justice and outside of politics. It is clear the president absolutely stands by his son and that the media absolutely stands by the president. The question is whether Garland will stand by justice and appoint a special counsel. Turley later went on to say that Garland pledged to protect the Justice Department from such conflicts and to avoid even the appearance of political influence. He now has a president stating that alleged wrongdoing by his son is absolutely untrue, including dealings possibly impacting the president personally and financially. If Garland declines to appoint a special counsel, he's, well, absolutely failing on that pledge. Now, will it take probably till after the next election, the midterms, to maybe finally start getting somewhere on this? House Judiciary Committee Republicans want documents from Facebook and Twitter about their decisions to block posts concerning the contents of the laptop at that point in time. And if we don't get them, we will send the demands to a formal subpoena once we regain control of the House in November. Is it really going to take that? You've actually got a Department of Justice refusing to pursue what you know is some pretty nasty things. They know it's real. When we take the majority back, these are things that are actually going to have subpoena power, and we're setting the stage for that. Yeah, certainly we're not going to get the information from them because we don't have the power of subpoena right now, but November's just around the corner. And when we take the gavels back in January, you can pretty much expect those documents that we've talked about in this letter are going to be in a formal subpoena to both Twitter and Facebook. Now, that after 10 committee Republicans led by ranking member Jim Jordan of Ohio wrote to Twitter's CEO and Facebook's CEO Zuckerberg, quoting the 2020 article from the New York Post about that laptop, noting that the mainstream outlets like the Washington Post, the New York Times, and others are now actually reporting on the matter. Of course, the mainstream media just called it Russian disinformation. They refused to even talk about it. Facebook and Twitter decided to completely mask anything about it on their platforms. Meanwhile, the social media giants enjoy liability protection through Section 230, which would allow their content to grow organically through customers' posts. But we know they're not doing that. Congressman said he thinks mainstream media is paying attention to Hunter Biden's story because there are rumors that are actually indictable acts involved here. If an indictment does happen, or something criminal does happen, or there's an active public criminal investigation that's going on with Hunter Biden and this laptop and the info that's contained there, the mainstream media is going to realize they can't continue to say that everything on the laptop is false or fake. When the Department of Justice is saying they're using that as evidence in an indictment in a criminal investigation, suddenly you're seeing the mainstream media being forced to actually print the truth and the evidence and things that we've been saying 2 years ago. And yes, even the New York Post story said over 2 years ago, which they all downplayed as Russian disinformation. It's outlandish. The mainstream media, that the same media covering for Hunter Biden and the contents of the laptop is the same media that for 4 years of President Donald Trump continued to push day after day, night after night, the Russia collusion delusion, which was misinformation. And we'll return into our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Then, of course, you've got the second in command. Right there, waiting to slide into the seat of President of the United States. Rasmussen latest poll numbers, which, not surprisingly, more than half of likely U.S. voters do not believe Kamala Harris is qualified to be president. But that means, well, damn near half believe she is. 54% of voters do not believe she's qualified for the top job. That includes 45% who said she's not at all qualified. The survey also found 57% of voters now view Harris unfavorably, including 47% who have a very unfavorable impression. Only 42% said they believe she's qualified to be president. Yes, there are those. There's 24% that believe she's very qualified. 40% have a favorable impression of the vice president. Now, those numbers released on the same day it was reported that Kamala's latest exit, the numbers, I believe this is the 11th of her staff that have jumped ship, have bailed on her. This time it's her deputy chief of staff. Michael Fuchs is leaving the administration. Again, just adding to the series of exits from the Kamala Harris team. Apparently they say it is impossible to work for this woman. When it comes to having a favorable impression, 17% of Republicans and 31% of voters not affiliated with either major party fell into that category, which is, again, mind-boggling to me at the same time. 17% of Republicans actually have a favorable impression of Giggles? Giggle, giggle. 76% of Republicans, 49% of unaffiliated voters, and 17% of Democrats have a not at all favorable impression of Harris. How'd they break this down? Black voters, 57%, more than whites, 37%, or other minorities, 41%, had a favorable impression of Harris. And they break it down by men versus women and all the other different categories, household income and all that. I'm not going to bore you with all that, but it is astounding to me how many that actually think this woman is qualified. Like she's really going to be able to handle it. What job has she done? I mean, yeah, she is vice president. She was pretty much given one damn job, border czar. Your assignment is to fix the border. She's done a bang-up job on that. What has been done? Absolutely nothing. And we're actually preparing now in the month of May. Title 42 still slated to end. And they're telling us 18,000 per day is the anticipated numbers we're going to see at the border. You can't make this stuff up. And she's qualified to be president? Meanwhile, all right, Raymond, hey, thanks for checking in. It's been a quiet morning. Thanks for saying hey.
Well, actually,
it's Demon. It's Demon. All right, well, it came up as Raymond on the screen.
I'm Raymond again. I'm Raymond again, I guess.
What's going on?
But, it's another day in paradise. I tell you, this whole border deal, that's all about a voting block. We all know what that's all about. They're sending them all over the country to, and then they're going to take and try to pass the voting rights, where they can vote regardless of their legal status and everything. That's all it is. But I'm not one of the ones that thinks she's capable or there ain't no way she could be. I think that's the only reason they haven't taken use the 25th Amendment on Uncle Joe yet.
Because they know what the alternative is. Right now, I guess behind the strings, the puppet masters are controlling Joe right now, and I assume they wouldn't have as much control with her, and they know what they're asking for if they put her in the seat.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'd like to know exactly who is running this country, because it's not Uncle Joe and it ain't her. We know that. Enough of that. You was talking earlier about the winds. Are the winds supposed to be bad down here in California and everything too, or is that just going to be up the further northwest up there?
It
you
looks
never
like
did say anything about California.
It looks like damn near everywhere out there. I'm pulling up.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Looks like it's everything further east. Nevada, from Nevada all the way over to Nebraska. I'm not seeing California on the wind advisories.
Okay, I was just kind of curious. I mean, it's blowing a little bit out here, but it ain't bad. I know it was rocking pretty good up there across the Hoover Dam, by the Hoover Dam and everything, earlier, but another person we say a little prayer for is, Dean Michael lost his father back in the end of March. I don't know if you'd heard that or not.
Yeah, I remember his dad was pretty sick. That was a couple of years ago when he went out there, and I don't know why I was under the impression that he had already passed away, but I guess, just, what was it, here a few days ago, last week or something?
Yeah, March 25th, I believe is what it was.
Okay.
I hadn't actually talked to him. I know I sent him a little message, but I know he's out here. His dad, I guess, lived out here in Nevada. But he must have been just like his dad. I guess he liked the slot machines. But anyway, like I said, say a little prayer for him and his family.
Okay.
Like I said, I haven't got a chance to talk to him, but ain't no good news today. It don't seem like.
Well. So you got out of Las Vegas without emptying your wallet, did you?
I didn't put a dime in a slot machine. I just got a little bit of control there. It's tempting, but like I said, where I unload at, there's a casino right there. It's got truck parking. I thought about it. It's like, I better hold off. I'm wanting to come back out here, spend a week out here, but they ain't comping nothing. There are no I mean, I get pretty good deals still, but there ain't no such thing as a free ride out here no more.
Yeah.
I usually stay with, Caesar's Properties, Harris, Caesar's, stuff like that. I looked the other day. I still get a fairly cheap room, but it ain't free like it used to be. They're not comping nothing. And I talked to, my casino host, and he said, man, about all I can do is I can give you that right there and not charge you the resort fees.
Uh-huh.
That's where they're getting you now out here is the resort fees. But, I think I get $31 a night, which is good, but, still, I like the one they give me a free room. Don't hurt his dad when I leave with empty pockets. Well, baseball season going to start here in a day or two. You ready?
I didn't realize they're about to fire things up. So, I mean, we're about, 2 weeks behind from what should have been opening day?
No, they're going to open up the 7th, I believe. I believe the 7th is opening day. They got it back on schedule and going to have the full season.
Okay.
I don't know what you guys are going to do. For you guys had a fire sale right there as soon as they got the collective bargaining agreement signed and everything. You guys got rid of a couple of really good players.
Reds fans were not at all pleased with what they've done. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not either. I'm surprised they've done what they've done. And I mean, the Cardinals, they look like they're sitting pretty good. They got old Albert Pujols back for a year since the National League's got designated hitter this year. He's gonna be our designated hitter. So, see what happens there. It's gonna make it interesting. I don't like it none, but I guess it is what it is.
I'm looking here. Reds opening day. It says here Reds opening day is on the 12th. And it's the Reds versus the Cleveland Guardians. How weird is that? The Cleveland Guardians.
Yeah. I thought I'd seen where they was open to the 7th. I must have missed it. But yeah, the Guardians. I saw that the other day on TV, and I was like, that just don't look right. Don't make any sense. Okay, well, looks like you're up on a break here, and I'll let you go, and y'all have a good evening or good morning, whatever it is.
All right, we'll do our best. I'm looking. Okay, that was probably an April Fool's joke on something about opening day. You got to be careful when you share stories on April 1. And we'll be back following a news update. Is that Reverend Deuteronomy on the line? Plenty of room for you, though. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
America's ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, says she will seek to have Russia removed from the UN Human Rights Council. She's called the Kremlin's participation a farce during a press conference in Bucharest. Thomas-Greenfield says she will bring the matter before the council on Wednesday as soon as she returns to New York. Her move comes as the world decried the reports of mass killings in Ukraine as a war crime. Images from Bucha showed mass graves, some of them shallow, with bodies strewn in the streets. The Kremlin dismissed the allegations as Ukrainian subterfuge, but Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky used different words.
This is a war crime, he said, and it will be recognized by the world as genocide.
The translation by NBC News. The major indexes gained on Wall Street Monday with help from tech and comm stocks. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Two more Republicans have signaled their support for Supreme Court nominee Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. The support from Alaska's Lisa Murkowski and Utah's Mitt Romney all but assures that Jackson will be confirmed, becoming the first black woman to serve as a Supreme Court justice. Murkowski and Romney joins Maine's Susan Collins as the only Republicans who plan to support the nomination. Jury selection has begun for the shooter in the worst school shooting in American history. Nicholas Cruz is suspected of gunning down 17 students at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, back in 2018. Cruz pleaded guilty for the shooting back in October. The jury will only decide whether he will be put to death or sent to prison for life without parole. One of the rioters from January 6th has been sentenced to 90 days in jail. Jason Riddle was also sentenced to probation and fined $750. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95, and of course half price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow.
Hong Kong leader Carrie Lam says she will not seek a second term. Her successor will be picked next month. Lam's term has been marked by protests calling for her resignation, a security crackdown on dissent, and a COVID wave that has overwhelmed the health system. Bird flu having an effect on egg prices.
The U.S. Department of Ag saying tens of millions of infected chickens and turkeys have been killed in an attempt to stop the spread. The Wall Street Journal reporting egg prices are up 50% since the first of the year. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The Justice Department made a big get in enforcing sanctions against Russia.
Today marks our task force's first seizure of an asset belonging to a sanctioned individual with close ties to the Russian regime. It will not be the last.
Attorney General Merrick Garland says federal agents with help from Spain seized a 254-foot yacht owned by Victor Vekselberg, who has been sanctioned since 2018. Tennessee lawmakers are moving forward with a proposal to outlaw how women can receive abortion pills. The proposal would bar a doctor or a pharmacy from mailing abortion pills to a patient. The bill would also ban schools from distributing the pills. It would require women to visit their doctors in person in order to have the pills prescribed. It is not clear whether Governor Bill Lee would support the measure. Listen to us anytime. Our website is usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, Scotty, you were correct. The Reds actually, first game of the season is Thursday. This Thursday, that's the 7th. But they're actually opening on the road. I don't know a whole lot. I'm not up to speed on my Reds history, but I thought the Reds for many, many years weren't they like always like the first game of the season. I know that changed several years ago. Other teams may play games before the Reds, but the Reds traditionally had always started their season at home. I don't ever recall the Reds in my lifetime starting a season on the road. Maybe that's... So it's Reds versus the Braves, as a matter of fact, this Thursday night. Got to getting the season underway, I guess. Now, they got the game time at a little after 8 o'clock Eastern time. I think the game was slated to be earlier in the day, but ESPN or something bumped it. So it's going to be national broadcast TV, apparently. You get the Braves Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now, they'll have an off day Monday, then the home opener. That's on the 12th. Reds versus the Cleveland Guardians. See, that'll be a 4:10 Eastern time game. I'm guessing the whole traditional Cincinnati opening day parade and all that is going to take place this year, which that's all been so screwed up by the COVID the last couple of years. And then they actually do have a business day special on Wednesday of next week. So that's 2 games with the Guardians. And then they immediately, right out of the box, head out to the West Coast. Looks like they got 4 games with the Dodgers, 3 games with the Padres. And there's your beloved Cardinals. First game, Reds versus the Cards at home. Actually a Friday night on the 22nd. But that one is out of the cards for me because we've already got concert tickets for the 22nd. Friday night, the 22nd. Yeah, going out to see the Little River Band. Yes, the old 80s music, I know, but yeah, big fans of the Little River Band. Somebody just sent me a memo. The K9 cop says, the Reds are opening on the road this year. The first time I can ever remember them opening on the road. So, all right, you answer. Me too, in my lifetime. I don't recall them ever opening on the road. How about that? All right, things have changed. Back to the calls we go. Well, the screen says Reverend Deuteronomy.
Well, good morning, Mr. Sommers. It's a blessing to be on your show. I've been asked by a couple of my parishioners. I am the Reverend of the First Self-Righteous Church in Pascagoula, Mississippi. And a couple of my parishioners have asked me to call in and introduce myself. Them people, you know them as Pinky and none other than Dimebag Denny. They asked me to call you and introduce myself. Now, I got to say, I've already heard a demon call in and another preacher by the name of Reverend Gambler. But I wants to tell you the self-righteous shall inherit the earth, Mr. Sommers, and you have no reason to fear. Even when demons and other preachers call in, there's only one self-righteous church in Pascagoula, Mississippi. We don't preach from the Old Testament, and we don't preach from the New Old Testament, but the present Testament written by me. Now, if we open up the little book of Hominomies, we look at chapter 2, verse number 1, that says, yea, though I am filled with the fruit of righteousness, because I am a member of the self-righteous church of Pascagoula, Mississippi. Oh, my dear flock and my dear land, we must be happy in these days. And I have one other little word of Hominomies that I want to share with you. And this comes out of Hominomies chapter 3, verse 16, that reads, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, because I am packing the rod. Yea, we have no fear, because we have Smith & Wesson on our side, a caliber 45, a 9mm. We are well under protection. Can't you see, my little flock, my dear little lambs? These are good times that we are living in right now. And right now, our church is having a membership drive, Mr. Sommers, for the low introductory price of just $19.95. You can call in to our little church. The number is 1-800-DOLLAR. 1-800-DOLLAR. And we will be praying for you. For just $19.95, we will be individually praying for you, praying that you are protected. And for an additional $6.95, you will get an autographed copy of my picture sent right to thee. That's right, for the Reverend Deuteronomy.
Reverend
from the
Deuteronomy.
First Self-Righteous Church.
One thing you don't want to forget now. You remember the old slogan now. Don't make me holler and don't make me shout. Just turn them pockets inside out.
That's right, that's right, my little lamb. Don't make me scream. Don't make me shout. Just turn them pockets inside out. Well, we thank you, Mr. Sommers, for taking my call.
Cash, check, or money order, right? Preferably cash. Yeah, the original Reverend Deuteronomy Skaggs was the best. He was a classic. And you've probably seen the dash cam video, the truck versus school bus crash that occurred last week. With the dash cam video, really speculation over the cause of the crash. This was on March the 30th, last Thursday in Florida, Highway 19, as the bus was stopped to let students off. Ultimately, the wreck injured 5 students and the bus driver. 2 of those students were considered critical condition. Since then, 3 students have been released from the hospital. The condition of the critically injured students has been improved from critical to serious condition. But in the video, you see the truck headed towards the stopped bus at 72 miles per hour before swerving toward the left lane at the very last second, but it was too late. Not enough. The rig struck the back end of the bus, seriously damaging both vehicles. So now you've got truck drivers around the country kind of speculating whether the accident was a result of distracted driving or might it have been a medical issue. I'm more inclined to think distracted driving. Someone just wasn't paying attention, looked up, and was like, oh, holy, and it was too late. Boom. But had he not made that maneuver, the swerve to the left, and it made a direct impact, it would have probably been a whole lot worse. All right, about 18 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I'm just clicking around here. It looks like the phone's disconnected. Horse Feathers was hanging in there. I think Gilligan was on the line. It's probably that Reverend Deuteronomy. The phone decided to just hang up. See if we can get a reconnection coming up here. It may take several tries, but it's been doing that a little too often as of late, hasn't it? Meanwhile, when we do regain connection, our number, of course, is 844-844-3388. We'll try one more time, see if we can get a connection. Hey, well, we got an opportunity. Hey, it is the final hour, right? You've been waiting for the opportunity. What is our keyword? The second keyword of the morning in our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway here from Hot Shot Secret. Here's the word you want to enter. This time around, it is mind. M-I-N-D. Mind. Go to tncradio.live on the internet or on your smartphone app and enter that code. You're registered then for the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. And with each successful entry, of course, that puts you in the hat for on May the 9th. After this 5-week contest, it's a $10,000 drawing. Now, since we started taking entries there on Monday morning, if I understand correctly, coming up at the noon hour today, that will be our first $1,000 bonus winner. It was actually two of them coming up at the noon hour today on tncradio.live. So it's pretty simple. All right. Continue listening throughout the day. You've now received 2 keywords this morning. You'll get another opportunity coming up with during the morning hours, during the morning grind between 9 and 11 a.m. Eastern Time. You'll get another keyword, another opportunity to register with the Evening Surge, and that's coming up between 5 and 7 o'clock this evening. But one more time, our keyword this hour, mind. M-I-N-D. There you go. Good luck from Hot Shot Secret. There you go. Phone's back up and running. So they just disconnected on you all of a sudden, right? Just kind of like they've done in recent weeks?
It didn't disconnect. It just seemed like it just turned the audio off. It just kind of, line went kind of dead, but it didn't disconnect or hang me up or anything. So I don't know. It's kind of different that way. But didn't I hear somewhere a ways back that the Cincinnati Reds, weren't they the first franchised or first organized baseball team of the Major League?
I believe
baseball?
so. And that's why they were always, like I said, for most of my life, they were always the first game of the season on any given season. Yeah, whoever they would play that would kick off the season. Here, I don't know, maybe 5-10 years ago, other teams were playing a game maybe on a Tuesday night if the Reds would open on Wednesday afternoon, but they've always opened at home with the big Findlay Market Parade and all, big to do in Cincinnati.
Exactly, yeah, and from what I was understanding was because they were the original team that's what gave them the right to be the first game of the year every year. So I don't know. So you got to talk to Chad and Josh, and you got to get some dynamite hooked up in there. If you're going to be syndicated or go out on terrestrial radio and all that, you got to have a way to get rid of this nonsense that's going on these airwaves here. This is just dragging out too much.
Reverend Deuteronomy.
You got to have you've had a bunch of them there So, I mean, it gets much worse. We're going to have to start the sing-along here, like he's heading into Boston in a big, long diesel truck, or me and Earl were hauling chickens on a flatbed out of Wigan. How
Wolf Creek Pass.
Something like that could happen.
Yeah, I heard that on the CW call replay there with Shelley yesterday morning, the Wolf Creek Pass. Been a long time since I heard that.
Yep, and actually there was a couple others there that I hadn't heard in quite a while, and I always liked the little Black Bear Road song that they played, and that's a quick one. You ain't got time to go out for a cigarette break with that Black Bear Road. That's just way too fast. But there was a bunch of them that I don't know. I think I have 2 or 3 of the albums there somewhere, and cassettes and vinyl, and I don't know what all else. Probably should take it down to the flea market at some point and try to get rid of all of it. But anyways, no, I just check it in. And so, what the heck did you say the name was of the team in Cleveland they're supposed to play?
The Guardians.
Is that I take it the renamed name for the Indians?
Formerly known as the Cleveland Indians. It is now the Cleveland Guardians because we're a woke society.
Oh boy! So what happened? What happened to the Indian? What was the Indian guy's name there? Chief Wahoo or Yahoo or Yahoo or what happened to him? Did they send him out to a reservation or where did he end up?
That I'm not sure. I haven't even seen the new logo for the Guardians.
Yeah, and did the Washington team, did they ever come up with a real name, or are they still the Washington baseball team or whatever? I don't even know if they. You wonder why. I heard a thing there. They were talking about a survey of sports and sports people like to watch, and of course the NFL was one, and then they said that college football was number 2, the NBA was number 3. Well, no, it wasn't. I think I don't remember now. I don't remember if the NBA was 3 or college basketball was 3, but it was one of those 2. They were 3 and 4, and then Major League Baseball came in number 5. Can you imagine that Major League Baseball actually came in as people's interest below the National Basketball League and the association? I was really kind of surprised to see that. I don't know. Maybe all this talk of this supposed strike and all this rigmarole going on this preseason just turned people off to baseball again. That little bit more after the fact that the whole deal when we were growing up, we had to strike, and I mean that was the downfall to baseball, big time downfall to baseball. So maybe people are just remembering what happened there quite a few years ago. But I was surprised to hear how far down in the rankings it was. So, anyways, I guess that and all these cities. Who wants to go into these cities to watch a baseball game? I mean, who wants to go into downtown Baltimore or some of these places or Chicago. Places like that to go see a baseball game?
Yep.
So I don't know. And anyways, we'll let you go with that, and we'll see if you can find an intelligent caller for the rest of the morning here. Got half an hour.
And I know you were hanging on. If you missed my keyword there, it was mind, M-I-N-D. There you go. Yeah, because he didn't have any audio on hold. All right, so yeah, I'm looking at the logo. Yeah, the Cleveland Guardians logo. So you've got a baseball with it looks like the letter G with wings on it. That's your Cleveland Guardians logo. All right, we'll get a news update here and plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
America's ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, says she will seek to have Russia removed from the UN Human Rights Council. She's called the Kremlin's participation a farce during a press conference in Bucharest. Thomas-Greenfield says she will bring the matter before the council on Wednesday as soon as she returns to New York. Her move comes as the world decried the reports of mass killings in Ukraine as a war crime. Images from Bucha showed mass graves, some of them shallow, with bodies strewn in the streets. The Kremlin dismissed the allegations as Ukrainian subterfuge, but Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky used different words.
This is a war crime, he said, and it will be recognized by the world as genocide.
The translation by NBC News. The major indexes gained on Wall Street Monday with help from tech and comm stocks. This is USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen, you can put one in the living room, you can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in my promo code CLASSIC3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code CLASSIC3, and you'll also get free shipping.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here, and it is 844-844-3388. That's our number. You know, the sun has become more and more active. Of course, like everything else, it runs in cycles. Solar minimum to solar maximum. 2020, we hit solar minimum. Very little sunspot activity, and the numbers have been increasing. Now, we're not supposed to reach the pinnacle of this cycle, solar cycle number 25, until July of the year 2025. So here we are in March of 2022, and the official forecast of the number of sunspots predicted versus the actual number are running way ahead of schedule. In turn, this could be a very potentially ugly solar cycle. Yeah, right now from spaceweather.com, they say minor geomagnetic storms are possible April 6th and 7th. So that's Wednesday and Thursday of this week, when at least one CME is expected to graze the Earth's magnetic field. There might even be two strikes. A pair of CMEs left the sun over the weekend. One was propelled by a solar flare. That was an M4 class. The other was by an exploding magnetic filament. Neither is directly aimed at the Earth, but both of them could bring us a glancing blow, beginning maybe midday on April the 6th. They've got the solar cycle update, new sunspot counts from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration confirm solar cycle 25 is racing ahead of the official forecast, and the gap is growing. Sunspot counts have now exceeded predictions for 18 straight months. The monthly value at the end of March is more than twice the forecast, and it's at the highest level in nearly 7 years. The official forecast comes from the Solar Cycle Prediction Panel. It's a group of scientists representing NOAA, NASA, the International Space Environmental Services. They had predicted Solar Cycle 25 would peak again in July of 2025 as a relatively weak cycle, similar in magnitude to its predecessor, Solar Cycle number 24. But instead, Solar Cycle 25, it looks like it's shaping up to be much stronger. The month of March, the sun produced 146 solar flares, including one X flare, 13 M flares. Auroras were actually sighted as far south as Colorado and Nebraska. Multiple shortwave radio blackouts disrupted communications on ships at sea and airplanes that were flying over the poles. If the current trend continues here in the month of April, things will be even busier, they tell us. Now, I'd saved up a story from, this has probably been in here several months ago, as a matter of fact, which says it is inevitable. A giant solar storm is coming, and nothing can stop it. It's been more than 150 years since one happened, and back then, damage was limited because technology was scarce. That is not the case anymore. Humanity is not prepared, and it may never be prepared. The end of the world, according to the Bible, to come with fire. This is how it could happen. The sun is 93 million miles from Earth. A fiery star capable of causing the ultimate extinction event in a number of ways. Why we are at risk now more than ever? Well, it's pretty simple. They're called sunspots or space weather. Space weather events that have occurred throughout history would have posed no danger to humans on our planet, but today, with the massive amount of electricity-based infrastructure that covers the planet, the danger is palpable. February of 2021, you'll recall an estimated 4.4 million Texans that lost power in that winter storm, recall? Now, according to a recent report in Big Think, in the event of a grid overloading space weather event, there could be over 1 billion people left without power. A natural disaster without precedent in the world. That's what makes space weather so dangerous here on the Earth. Not that it poses the direct threat to humans, but it can cause enormous amounts of electrical current to flow through the wires connecting our infrastructure. So what happens? Well, you have electrical shorts, fires, explosions, blackouts and power outages, a loss of communication infrastructure, and many other damages that would appear downstream. The major issue is with infrastructure that is set up for large-scale production and transmission of power. There will be uncontrollable surges that will knock out power stations and substations and pump far too much current into cities and buildings. Downstream, casualties could be massive, killing potentially millions of people, depending on how long it would take to restore heat and water, for that matter. Yeah, they're likening this to something akin to the 1859 Carrington event, when the solar astronomer Richard Carrington was tracking a particularly large, irregular sunspot. All of a sudden, a white light flare was observed with unprecedented brightness, lasting about 5 minutes. Approximately 18 hours later, the largest geomagnetic storm in recorded history occurred on this planet. Auroras, the northern lights, were visible worldwide. I mean, we're talking including the equator. Miners woke up in the middle of the night thinking the sun had risen. Newspapers could be read by the light of the auroras. And troublingly, telegraph systems began sparking and actually igniting fires, even though they were completely disconnected. That was it. The minor damage was negligible, but that was 1859, folks. Think of how we have global society, how we've become so resilient on electricity since then. Today, it would be apocalyptic. Now, the sun emits all sorts of space weather in random directions, and every once in a while, Earth may find itself directly in the crosshairs. When a coronal mass ejection, when the magnetic field is anti-aligned with Earth's, it can induce a dangerous geomagnetic storm. The world has never been in more danger because of our reliance on electricity for the last 250 years. It's kind of a frightening thought, huh? But that's the way the Big Think describes it. Now, there's no telling it. Could it be solar cycle 25 when that big event occurs? I mean, 1859 was a long time ago. But again, they tell us it is inevitable. At some point in time, it will happen. Solar cycle 25, could be 26, may not be in our lifetime. Maybe better hope and pray it doesn't. All right, meanwhile, with all that scary stuff, it's 844-844-3388. What you got, Gilligan?
Yeah, thanks for having me back there, Steve. I was afraid I was going to have to do a horse feathers impersonation, because you can't have a night without horse feathers. I don't think he called in just a little while ago.
Yeah, he was on free. He was down. He was first caller out of the box tonight.
Oh, okay. I heard him. I just didn't remember him calling in. Well, my mistake. I listen to whole shows. I either go back and I miss one and replay it on YouTube. Yeah, I'm a faithful listener. Start about them sunspots. You know, it's amazing that these old climate alarmists talking about the Earth's heating up again. Well, all these sunspots, wouldn't that have something to do with it? The sun's throwing more heat our way. Why can't they understand that? The sun has more to do with the temperature of this
climate.
planet
Sure.
than anything. I don't get it. I tell you, talking about the Northern Lights. Now, I've lived there in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia pretty much my entire life. I remember as a kid, I'd say it was in the late 70s. Believe it or not, the Northern Lights were so bright that I see them there that far south. It's amazing now. I've often wondered how strong that solar storm was to cause them lights to go that far south. I'm even below the I-70 corridor there. It's just, there's something to see, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, did you ever hear the old what was it, the old, not the wise tale, there's a name for it, the old, there's about what causes the Northern Lights? Did you ever hear that?
Well, this obviously like the solar. There was a big solar flare last week. Northern Lights. I mean, there were some beautiful pictures taken from North Dakota, northern Minnesota. I think Wisconsin's. They were the CMEs from the sun impacting the magnetic field of the Earth.
Oh yeah. Well, my point was how far south that was. It went down into this area too. The old story was that was Paul Bunyan and his big bull blue over there wrestling the snow and the ice. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do kind of remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I remember as a kid. Well, I appreciate you having me back, Steve. I guess I'll get off here. Let you get somebody else in here. I hope you have a good morning.
All right, thanks for checking in. You have a good morning. Looking at a lot of Elon Musk talk, I guess, especially with the fact of his now having, I guess, the largest shareholder in Twitter at 9.2%. It was a quote from Elon Musk, and he is so right. He says, "I hate when people confuse education with intelligence. You can have a bachelor's degree and still be an idiot." That is so correct. But let me get a final time out here. We'll come back. We head down the home stretch, rounding third and headed for home. As Rick in Columbus mentioned a few moments ago, it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at stellaraelectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we head down the home stretch here this Tuesday morning, don't forget, coming up here about 5 minutes from now, as soon as we wrap things up with the Overnight Drive, stick around on TNCRadio.live. It's Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Kortman. Tom Kelly and Dr. Chris discuss the importance of relationships, even when you're out on the road. After that, it's Truckers Life Radio with our friends from TFC Global. This week, meet Tom Wolf. Tom had over 20 years of over-the-road experience before changing careers. He's now a licensed Christian counselor. Stay tuned for both shows on TNCRadio.live or the TNCRadio.live app. And don't forget, continue listening in for your additional keywords, your keyword code for that $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. Hey, I want to give a shout out to some of our racing friends out there. It's getting to be that time of the year once again. Kyle, all of a sudden, after a few months, the off season when it comes to racing, yeah, he's going to be hitting the road, heading here, heading all around the country. think the first event he's going to be attending here, not this weekend, but the following weekend. It's the Battle on the Asphalt, presented by Hot Shot Secret. We'll be there. Actually going to be the title sponsor. Battle on the Asphalt, presented by Hot Shot Secret, US 60 Dragway in Hardinsburg, Kentucky. So I know Kyle was talking about maybe swinging through the sacred bunker. Yeah, maybe before or after the racing action there. This is a big one, he described, organized by fellow Hot Shot Secret dealer and sponsored racer Quinn Shearman from Quinn's Chassis Shop. The Battle on the Asphalt, US 60 Dragway, this old school style of no prep racing. Yeah, launching off with the flashlight start. And the who's who of no prep racing will actually be in the field, including many Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers. The lock-ins are still coming in from around the country, and we already have one of the largest fields of cars in no prep history, according to Kyle, with over 60 small tire cars already locked in and over 50 big tire cars locked in. There's a tremendous amount of cash up for grabs. There will be 3 classes competing, hard tire, small tire, and big tire. But there's also fun planned for the kids, so with 2 classes of Power Wheels racing as well. Modified and stock, fun for the whole family. Again, Hot Shot Secret is the title sponsor of the Battle on the Asphalt. Kyle's going to be heading down to Kentucky with Diesel Dan to set up the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth for the race there. US 60 Dragway, about an hour southwest of Louisville. Again, Hardinsburg, Kentucky. So if you're in the area, stop by, check out some very exciting no prep racing. Now, again, that's coming up not this weekend, but next. Several events will be taking place this upcoming weekend. Of course, Thursday through Saturday, it's the PDRA East Coast Nationals at Gallon Motorsports Park in North Carolina. Hot Shot Secret wants to wish our sponsored racers, including Big Boost, a.k.a. Bill Lutz, good luck as they kick off the PDRA season at the East Coast Nationals. And also coming up this weekend, you've got the Steel Block Late Model Series at Tyler County Speedway there in West Virginia. Best of luck to Hot Shot Secret sponsored racer Jimmy Morey as he heads down to Tyler County Speedway in West Virginia for the next leg of the Steel Block Late Model Series. Getting to be that busy time of year once again for the Hot Shot Secret Series race. All right, with that, we are out of time this morning. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you back here at the midnight hour tonight. We'll be talking, hey, Mike, Hump Day already. Ready for that? Join us, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. above. 'Cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,